Welcome to the second day of our EU-CONEXUS Conference 2026. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Miliu, the Vice Rector for European University, Internationalization and Student Affairs of the Agricultural University of Athens, for a welcome speech in order to open the second day of our conference. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. Distinguished guests, colleagues, researchers, dear students, partners, and friends of EU-CONEXUS family. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to Technopolis, city of Athens, and to the second day of the EU-CONEXUS Conference 2026. On behalf of the Agricultural University of Athens, I would like to thank you all of you for being here today. Over the last few days, Athens has become a meeting point for more than 230 participants from across our alliance and beyond. Researchers, academics, students, innovators and stakeholders have come together to exchange ideas, share knowledge, and build new collaborations around one common goal: creating sustainable futures for our urban coastal communities. Today we gather in a particularly symbolic venue, is Technopolis, that is a place where history meets innovation. A former industrial complex transformed into a vibrant hub of culture, creativity, and entrepreneurship and knowledge. It perfectly reflects what we are trying to achieve through EU-CONEXUS. And transforming ideas into solutions, research into impact, and collaboration into meaningful change. As the European University for Smart Urban Coastal Sustainability, EU-CONEXUS is much more than a network of universities. It is a living ecosystem, an ecosystem that brings together people from different countries, disciplines, and cultures to address some of the most pressing challenges facing Europe and the world, like climatic change, environmental degradation, sustainable food systems, coastal resilience, circular economy, social inclusion, digital transformation. None of these challenges can be solved by a single institution, a single discipline, or a single country. They require collaboration, they require openness and interdisciplinary approach. They require the kind of European cooperation that EU-CONEXUS represents. This conference is a clear demonstration of that vision. During the 3 days conference, we are bringing together researchers working on diverse but yet interconnected topics, ranging from healthy food production and soil restoration to marine ecosystems, coastal sustainability, climate adaptation, and resilient infrastructure. The scientific program reflects not only the excellence of our researchers, but also the strength of interdisciplinary and international collaboration. Today's agenda is particularly rich and reflects the interdisciplinary spirit that lies at the heart of EU-CONEXUS. Throughout the day, we will explore 2 major thematic pillars of our alliance. The first is session 2, focusing on the protection of oceans, seas, and waters and sustainable coastal waste management through socio-ecological transitions. Through keynote lectures and research presentations, we will examine innovative approaches to marine ecosystem protection, environmental monitoring, sustainable aquaculture, coastal governance, and the management of our precious water resources. The second is session 3, dedicated to infrastructure and nature-based solutions for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation with local knowledge and culture practices. This session will bring together perspectives from engineering, environmental sciences, and social sciences to address resilience, adaptation, and sustainability in coastal and urban environments. These themes perfectly reflects the mission of EU-CONEXUS as the European University for Smart Urban Coastal Sustainability. They also demonstrate how complex challenges require interdisciplinary solutions and collaboration across countries, institutions, and scientific fields. Beyond the scientific program, today offers many opportunities for interaction, networking, and knowledge exchange. I would encourage all participants to take advantage of the coffee breaks and lunch break, which will take place in the purifier area and serve as the central networking place of the conference. These informal moments are often where new ideas emerge, future collaboration begin, and professional relationships are built. I would also like to invite you to visit the exhibition booths that will open throughout the day. Among them, you will have the opportunity to discover the research institutes of the Agricultural University of Athens, coordinated through PACEC, which were introduced during yesterday's program, and represent important pillars of the Agricultural University research ecosystem. And you will also find Innovinagri, a flagship initiative of the Agricultural University of Athens, dedicating to fostering innovation, entrepreneurship, and knowledge transfer in the agricultural sector, as well as Smart Agro Hub, a leading digital innovation hub supporting the digital transformation of agriculture through collaboration between academia, industry, and society. At the same time, the second day of EU-CONEXUS Enables Hackathon is taking place here in Technopolis. The hackathon brings together talented students and young researchers who are working collectively to develop innovative approaches for gamifying agricultural and biotechnology education. Today's program, therefore, goes far beyond the traditional research conference. It creates a unique environment where research, innovation, education, and stakeholder engagement came together under one roof. We are not only creating new research collaborations, we are creating opportunities for the next generation of European citizens, scientists, innovators, and leaders. Today is also an opportunity to strengthen existing partnerships and build new ones. Some of the most important collaborators do not begin during formal presentations. They began during observations over coffee, lunch, and while visiting booths or while exchange ideas between sessions. And as the day comes to a close, the cultural tour of the Acropolis Museum and the Historic Center of Athens will follow. This experience offers another important dimension of our European university, is the opportunity not only to share a scientific knowledge, but also to discover each other's cultures, histories, and perspectives. Because EU-CONEXUS is about people, and it is our family. I wish you an inspiring, productive, and enjoyable day, and thank you very much for being here, and welcome to Technopolis of Municipality of Athens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Miliou, for the insightful speech. We continue with the session 2, protection of oceans, seas, and waters, and sustainable coastal waste management through socio-ecological transitions. I would like to invite the chair of the session, that would be Professor Xiaoping Tan from Southeast Technological University, and Professor Arturas Razinkovas from Klaipeda University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vera. Welcome again here, and we will start with slightly behind the schedule, so we will try to be effective during this session. And I have a pleasure to introduce Dr. Cristina Olivares Huertas of the LifeWatch ERIC with our first keynote. Cristina is representing the big European infrastructure called LifeWatch ERIC, which contains a lot of digital, it's a mostly digital infrastructure, and have a lot of the different tools. And some of the tools, we're working quite a long time together. Some of these tools developed at our Klaipeda University will end up in the digital premises of LifeWatch ERIC quite soon, by the end of this year. And I will show some of them, of course, later. Cristina, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and thank you to the organizers. It is a real honor to open the second session of the conference here in Athens, a city that has shaped the way we see knowledge, society, and the way we make decisions collectively. And here we are, more than 2,000 years later, facing a modern version of the same question: how to go from knowledge to action. And there is a paradox here. Let's exemplify with something we all know. We know that smoking is harmful, but still, millions of people in the world still smoke. We know that certain foods are not good for our health, but most of us consume in certain quantities. We know marine litter is bad for the coastal species, the marine species, and yet it accumulates in our coast and in our oceans. So we know, but we don't act. So awareness does not automatically lead to action. And it does not only happen at individual level, it also happens in the way we make science. We know that sharing data accelerates discovery. We know that interoperability accelerates also science. And we know that collective work increases impact. But still, most of the science remains fragmented in silos and disconnected. Why? We have more data than ever, but we make less action than what we actually need. So, what is blocking the flow? The bottleneck is behavior. For the last 4 decades, psychologists have demonstrated different theories why we have some bias in the awareness and why we have several barriers into the action. Some examples are here, like, for example, we tend to make conservation efforts for dolphins instead of polychaetes because they are very small and they are not cool. Or each generation normalize a more degraded environment. This is a bias. And there are a lot. We cannot enter in detail, maybe tomorrow in the round table, but what I would like to highlight is that knowledge alone explains only 10% of our behavior. And this has not been fully integrated into coastal sustainability. But the challenge is not only behavioral at individual level. If we look at society, we can say that is cultural. And if we look at institutional level, we can say that is the way we have designed the system. So when knowledge alone is not enough, we need structures to help people work differently. And this is the core of what I want to tell you today, is that research infrastructures can play a role here. The European Commission has been quietly building these research infrastructures for the last 2 decades. And why they exist? They exist to accelerate scientific discovery and sustain innovation of issues that are bigger than an institution, like climate change, biodiversity, health, and they work at a scale that no single university, no single company, no single country could do it. But what are research infrastructures? Research infrastructures are not buildings, they are not data sets, they are pan-European organizations with this aim to accelerate research. And this year, in 2026, you will see an outdated roadmap of the research infrastructures that are in Europe. How do research infrastructures act? You can see in the screen, but an example could be, imagine that I lock you in this room and I don't allow you to go out, never. I will feed you, of course, and I will only allow to enter coastal sustainability experts. So you will be here with your laptops, your tools, your knowledge. I see people here that maybe have 20 years experience, 2 years experience, 6 years experience. But so, if there is, for example, an environmental manager who have a question of coastal sustainability, he will come here, he will ask, and you together will be able to answer faster than if you are alone, if he asks just to one of you. So this is the idea, to put everything together. There is a big landscape of research infrastructures in Europe. This is just an example of the ones in environment. And we have from seafloor observations to long-term data observations, genomics. We have several of them. But we also need a cultural change in order that researchers use these research infrastructures. That is the thing that will accelerate the science. So you see that we need a change in the way researchers see data, credit, the tools, the identity, the skills. Our responsible mentioned the digital skills that the researchers will need, and the trust. So only with this change, the work of the research infrastructure will be effective. But let me focus in the research infrastructure that I am representing. It is called LifeWatch ERIC. It is a European research infrastructure that focuses on biodiversity and ecosystems e-science. We are located, our headquarters are in Seville, Spain, but we have also offices in South Italy and Amsterdam, and we have distributed centers here in Greece, Bulgaria, Slovenia, Belgium, and Portugal. And many more countries will join the infrastructure. Our vision is very ambitious, is to offer in one click access to the world's biodiversity content, services, and scientific communities. And we are working towards this. Our mission is like the other research infrastructures to accelerate scientific discovery. And our core business, the one of our infrastructure, is the construction, the continuous construction of workbenches with e-services that allow the users to analyze patterns and trends in biodiversity in space and time, its drivers, and the impact in ecosystems. We operate thematic working groups, the 6 that you see in the screen, and they are run by researchers, and they help the infrastructure to align our tools with the new research discoveries and the policy trends. So if any of you work in any of these subjects, you are welcome to the infrastructure, or even if you want to propose a new working group. We have several features, but I would like to emphasize the cross-domain, because the data of the analytics joins multiple disciplines, creating synthetic knowledge. This is how the architecture looks like. It can be read from bottom to top. At the first, we have a data lake where we absorb heterogeneous data from observations, from satellite, from genomics. And then we have a vertical and horizontal composability layers that what they do is that they take the data and they make it accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And then we have ecosystem of analytics that transfer this data into knowledge through workflows, artificial intelligence, digital tools. And then we have another layer on the top of this in which we transfer the knowledge into information where the users can interpret and take decisions. And the next phase, I believe it will be to integrate an artificial intelligence tool that make it easier for any user to make decisions. These are just some numbers of our use, workflow. We have these publications already that have used the services of LifeWatch ERIC, and we are participating now in 32 European projects. Basically, what we do is we reduce the cost, we are faster, and we increase collaboration. It takes for a research 1 afternoon with using LifeWatch, and what will cost like 4 months before. This is an example of the ARMS workflow, and this is an example of how we work. We co-design and co-develop with the community. This is the example of the autonomous reef monitoring structure. Not sure if you know this. These are concrete structures that are thrown in the sea in order to check the biodiversity at genomic level. And this is, or this practice was done in different countries, in different laboratories, but there was not a standardization in the way they treat data and so on, and they couldn't compare. So we gathered all of them, and we co-developed this pipeline, so now the results are comparable all over Europe. And we do similar things for other European projects. We co-design, we federate infrastructure, and we produce policy-relevant output. This is how a workflow look like. And this is an example of another European project where we are creating a toolbox for biodiversity assessment and ecosystem service evaluation. This is the example of another European project where we are creating a scientific knowledge graph in order to interrelate different information that otherwise will be very difficult to analyze, and this can be analyzed in one click. To get started, these are the steps you want to follow. It's very quick. And LifeWatch supports the full research journey. I just want to highlight here that we provide support for publication of data, workflows, and so on, and we promote networking at a very high level. And it is not important only for science, because the pieces of legislations that we have now, the Green Deal or the Mission of the Oceans, they are ambitious, but the ambitious is not enough. They need the science to back up it. And in order to move and enable these socio-ecological transitions, we need science in which we can trust. And in order to trust in science, we need these attributes. We need quality, transparency, traceability, repeatability, and attribution. And this is what the research infrastructure of LifeWatch, ERIC, offers. And this brings me to where I want to leave you today. From data to decisions, from knowledge to action, coastal sustainability is not only a scientific challenge, it is a human system challenge. So the missing link is human. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina, for a quite inspiring presentation, just giving a little bit insight and perspective. So what will happen maybe I think we're a little bit behind time, but I think that it could be one or two questions still to Christina, if somebody wants to ask. Remigos, go ahead.
You probably have noticed how social networks were originally designed to link human beings together, but ended up personalizing our entertainment. AI was meant to do something different, but it eventually ends up personalizing our learning curves individually and knowledge. Do you think AI can be a substitute for your last sentence that humans the missing link?
I don't think that machines can never replace the humanity, the human, that are needed for the research and the original thinking and the connections and the science that is produced after connections. But it's a very interesting observation. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's quite a tricky question, I would say. So any other tricky questions? Okay, so we will anyway, if no questions, it will be quite nice just to have a talk if somebody wants to talk during the coffee breaks or later during the lunch with Christina. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
So we are going to move on to our first oral presentations. So please, speakers, keep on time. So the first speaker is Prof. Dimitros from Agricultural University of Athens with the title Isolation, Characterization, and In Vitro Adaptive Evolution of Biodegrading Environmental Bacteria of poly-3-hydroxybutyrate for Recycling Purposes. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Kalmera. You set the bar too high after your presentation, so hopefully I'll keep it up. So my name is Dimitris, I'm coming from AUA, from the Department of Biotechnology, and I'm going to showcase you one of our new research activities, which I'm collaborating closely with Professor Pateraki from Christianis Pateraki from the University of Thessaly. Very close collaboration, a great friend, and we are trying to develop at least a new research interest regarding biogenic microplastics. So you heard a lot also yesterday about microplastics and how harmful they are, especially biogenic microplastics for our oceans and seas and generally in the environment. There's a lot of talk taking place about how can we transit from fossil-based plastics, at least at one point, to circular waste, biogenic microplastic. So just to give you some nice thoughts, some food of thought to understand, the main problem is that when we are talking about bio-derived alternatives to fossil plastics, we have to consider that when we are creating oil-based microplastics, there is the fossil-based end-of-line scenario is linear. So basically, we are taking crude oil, refining, creating monomers, and from monomers, polymers. But when we are incorporating circular production and biogenic microplastics, there is a recycling and ongoing condition taking place during the whole process. So basically, the bio-based end-of-life scenarios can be circular. Here I have a sim just to showcase some data from 2022. Okay. I just want you to focus on how much is the bioplastic production. Here you can see the very small, thin pink line and what we are trying to recycle basically from here. So we are just having 2.3 million tons, while the total world plastic production is more than 400 million tons. So there is room to improve ourselves, there is room to do some research and understand how we can biodegrade them cheap, easy, and of course upcycle and recycle them. Another thing that is also very surprising is that product lifetime distribution of PHAs, which are basically major biogenic microplastic we have, it's very short. It's in 1 year we have the production, the packaging, and then we use it, and that's all. So within 1 year, most of the biogenic microplastics we are utilizing them mostly in packaging services. So in just 1 year, basically we can produce it, use it, recycle, and the potential of reusing it. You saw this figure also yesterday from Professor Ceroni, where he was talking about packaging materials. So we have separated, European Union has separated also the plastics on what is bio-based, what is biodegradable, what is non-biodegradable, and what microplastics there is almost no potential for biodegradation. But let's focus a little bit to our PHB, to the main objective of our talk. PHB is a popular biopolymer that belongs to the PHA group, and it is suitable for packaging material. So basically, what we do is we are using polymers of PHB, and bacteria have a gene which is able to code for a PHB to polymerize and break down to monomers and utilize it. So in AUA, what we do is we're trying to isolate and characterize bacteria which are able to quickly biodegrade PHB. The protocol is pretty simple. We're just burying PHB in soil, and from then, after a couple of days or a couple of months, we are extracting soil samples, and we are screening for biodegradability in Petri dishes or in cultures. So what we want to do is to create a collection of PHB-eating bacteria, and we need this collection to understand how we can utilize them efficiently in closed system bioreactors. Here are some examples. We have more than 15 different PHB eaters, which we have molecularly characterized. Some bacteria genera like Comamonas, Pseudomonas, Stenotrophomonas, Microbacterium, and more to come. So we are excited to isolate all the time new bacteria around PHP, and we need this diversity. We need this diversity to screen them, to understand how they are working, how we can utilize them, and make them also more efficient. Some results with one of our bacteria, Comamonas testosterone, it naturally synthesizes PHAs, but also secretes PHB depolymerase that degrades polymers back to basic monomers. You can see some results here in this Petri dishes. But we don't want only to stay on that, not only to isolate them and characterize them. We want to improve them. We want to use adaptive evolution to make them even better. So for those who are not very familiar with evolution, there is a major experiment taking place for many years now. It's called a long-term evolution experiment, which has shown us the way about, in microbiology, about bacteria. So within a couple of thousands of generations, we can train bacteria. We can exploit a phenomenon called spatial heterogeneity, which basically it says that not all bacteria cells within a culture are the same. There are differences, and we can exploit this difference and train for specialists. In general, bacteria that we are isolating from diverse environments are generalists, but in vitro we can train them towards speciality to utilize specific traits. Of course, when a bacteria is becoming a specialist, it's losing its ability to adapt better to diverse environments. So we have a trade-off, a fitness trade-off. But still, when we are talking about applications and in vitro conditions, we can definitely adapt them to better traits, to focus on trait. So our idea is to create a biobank, but we are coining a new term. We are calling it a two-dimensional biobank. So imagine that we can have different bacteria genera, species, and strains, but at the same time adapt them to different conditions using minimal media and abiotic stresses or biotic stressors like bacteria competitor and bacteriophages, and to create a two-dimensional biobank. This is our idea. This is what we are started only trying to do. And we have some very promising results. Using only temperature, we are able to adapt Comamonas testosterone and make it more efficient PHB eater. Of course, we have also some drawbacks. We are also using salinity as a stressor, and we see that most of the bacteria are not responding well, are actually decreasing their potentiality of eating PHB. So this is what we do in AUA, but the talk is also about upcycling and recycling. This is work from University of Thessaly, from Professor Pateraki. So she has set up a bioreactor system where she's utilizing Pseudomonas putida. This is just an example. We have now so many bacteria we want to try utilize even more. But let's see some results from Pseudomonas putida, where it's able to do PHB hydrolysis up to 67% or 60%, when we are incorporating at least 5 grams per liter of PHP. When we are adding more PHP, it's so much that it's actually doesn't work. So we are focusing on 5 grams per liter. It's much efficient for hydrolysis. But at the same time, she's using bioelectrochemistry to separate the monomers that are being hydrolyzed from polymers to monomers, isolate them, and feed a second bioreactor for PHB recycling, for PHB production back. So we're starting from waste, and she's making PHB back. So you can see it here. It's a little bit complicated. I will try to do it as fast as possible. Glucose is being consumed by the Pseudomonas. We are feeding monomers of PHB. You can see them here, which are being consumed. At the same time, the dry weight of the bacteria is increasing, and the PHA production is also increasing. So these are preliminary results with a bioreactor system which has been set up. So hopefully this can go also in larger scale, and also with adaptive evolution, we can even increase the yield. So, but we still have a lot to learn, and I'm very eager to understand how omic approaches can help us understand and decipher the fate of PHB within the cells and its impact on bacterial physiology. We should not forget that not all bacterial species are the same. By understanding this, we can reverse engineer, rewire the metabolic capacity of bacteria, fine-tuning long-term adaptive evolution strategies, which will assist our optimizing our system. Also, PHB uptake is something we want to work on, and from bacterial membranes. Synthetic biology is also incorporating the project, although there are some limitations when we want to apply and to do environmental applications. It's very difficult to talk about synthetic biology. Of course, we have some model systems like E. coli and Yarovia lipolytica, which we are started cloning PHB polymerases on their genome. Of course, we want to explore consortium approaches, and our final goal is to move on from biogenic microplastics and talk about non-biogenic microplastics. Our final goal is to talk about nylon, for example, which is a very difficult microplastic to biodegrade, and it's difficult. I won't stay so much in this slide. I just want you to show that it's not a one-step biodegradation. For nylon, we need 2 or 3 or 4 steps for enzymatic hydrolysis. This means it's much more difficult, but there is some promising that we will be able to isolate bacteria against it and learn from PHB and move on with nylon. So I'm part of the Laboratory of Environmental Biotechnology, and director of the lab is Professor Flemetakis, who I'm very thankful to him giving me space and time to explore new research interests. Of course, we are a big group of people that have a good climate, and we are trying to push our boundaries of knowledge and do as much as research as possible. But I would also like to thank a lot our students, especially Danae Mavrotak, who is also started to isolate bacteria that have a PHB biodegradation capacity. And of course, Assistant Professor Stan Patrakis, who is also here. If you have questions, we can talk and collaborate, and her team, Lina, Clea. I'm Dimitris, I'm just a face presenting research. And I'm also supported from American Society of Microbiology. If you ever want to know more about ASM, also you can talk to me. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We actually have time for questions. Anyone?
How long
Yeah, it's a good question. So, for example, if you have a bottle, it's not only what is made from, it's also the structure of it. So you have to do some pre-work of crushing it down and having the polymers to be available for the bacteria to uptake or to biodegrade it, but within days. The answer is, we believe, within days. So if you have, like you saw that some biodegradation for 5 grams per liter of one bacteria, so this is can take place just within a week of, or maybe less, and we believe that we will optimize it and make it even faster. These are fast-growing bacteria, have a replication time of 30 to 60 minutes, so they are very fast growing.
Any other?
Ah. Yes, we have thought about, Hrisa is doing it. The only problem we are finding is that it's difficult to create an environmental application. We're not talking about synthetic biology because it's a problem that to disperse engineered bacteria in the environment. That's why we need, I believe, both approaches. If you have a closed system, okay, you can work with heterologous expression and with cloning and engineering bacteria, but when you want to create an application for, let's say, wastewater treatment facility, then you cannot incorporate. So you need wild-type bacteria. You need it's a regulating problem.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yep. I think. Thank you. Do you have? No. Thank you very much. Then.
Thank
you. So we are moving from food for bacteria to the food for humans. So, and I would like just to invite, Professor Ivan Jupan from the University of Zadar, who will give us a lecture on development of integrated multi-trophic aquaculture in the Adriatic. Okay, Ivan, you are coming. Very good.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. Very pleased to be here and to present some things related to aquaculture in the Croatian part of the Adriatic Sea and some maybe more sustainable practices that we need in future to produce these big quantities of seafood that we need for the markets. So, just in short, to show how big the industry is, aquaculture is the fastest growing food industry in the world, and it all happened very rapidly. In the last 30, 40 years, we increased the production for big quantities because wild fishery is in the same period in phase of stagnation. So in the next 30 years, we will need 60% more of the seafood, and the only thing to have it on the market is to bring it from the aquaculture sector. So we started a long time ago. As yesterday we saw some presentations related to carp production. Also some extensive mussel oyster farming were present for centuries, but now we have a modern aquaculture industry. Maybe the best representative of that is the salmon industry. But just to compare the two environments, when we look at the marine environment, we are still catching almost 3 times more fish from the oceans than we are producing in the marine aquaculture. So marine aquaculture is definitely the future because this is what the market wants. We want high quality fishes coming from the sea, like the salmon, sea bass, tuna or some other fishes. But what is the question of sustainability? So in this short period of development, many mistakes for the aquaculture industry were made. In the Mediterranean, we can say maybe the worst example is putting the cages above Posidonia beds. Also maybe shrimp farming in Asia with the mangrove forest. But also we need to catch a lot of wild fish to create the food for the industry. So these are the biggest impact. And also the big impact of aquaculture is on the local scale, where we have some uneaten food, feces, and nutrients coming to the seabed and changing the natural flora and fauna of the environment. But still, when we compare aquaculture with other industries, in case of salmon, which is maybe not the most sustainable way, still this salmon is 2 or 3 times more effective than terrestrial farming in terms of feed conversion ratio, CO2 emissions, and water consumption. So aquaculture is actually quite sustainable in bringing animal proteins on the market, because in the end of the day, we need the food. So, but of course, many things can be improved in the future. A bit slide into Croatian aquaculture sector for us is also very important activity together with fisheries, and it's been ongoing for many centuries, especially mussel farming, oyster farming, and pelagic fisheries. But in the last 30-40 years, we also developed cage farming of sea bass, sea bream, and tuna farming. And we are producing maybe 30,000 tons, not like in Greece, but still very important for us. We calculated the total occupation by the marine aquaculture. It's only 0.056% of the internal water, and they are bringing almost equal as the wild fisheries on the market. So the intensity of the aquaculture is much, much higher, and it's happening in very small hotspot areas. We are producing traditional Mediterranean species like sea bass, sea bream, tuna, migre, also mussels and oysters, and in the continental part we have some trout and carp farming. It's especially very important for Zadar County, where our university is, because more than 70% of the production is happening in this area. So for us it's a very important sector as a department of ecology, agronomy, and aquaculture, where we collaborate a lot with local producers. All started in the 1980s with very small experimental farming, and today it's grown to a big industry. You can see the picture on the right, where in the back is the Zadar, city of Zadar, and one of the biggest farms for aquaculture, which is using the technology very similar like in salmon farming with automated feeding and so on. In the other case, we have a bivalve farming, which is a much more extensive type of production with small quantities and family-owned businesses, but still quite important. But they are happening only in the estuaries of the rivers, where we have more nutrients for the mussels. And many problems in these areas with predation, mortality, climate changes, and so on. So the logical step is to see if we can produce maybe mussels and oysters in more stable conditions, like together with the fish production. This is a distribution of the farm. The blue ones are the fish farms, which are mainly in the central part close to the University of Zadar. So we exported the potential of integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, or IMTA, because it's a very good way how we can make aquaculture more sustainable, but also more economically viable. The idea is to grow different trophic levels, like fish-fed species, which are using feed and producing a lot of nutrients, which can be absorbed by the mussels, oysters, or some other filter feeder organisms. Also, you can incorporate seaweed. Also, we are now trying to explore this three-dimensional IMTA to put some underwater reefs, structures on the bottom, close to the farms, which will increase the biodiversity and help mitigate and bring us more to restorative aquaculture, which is also a goal set by GFCM and FAO for the future period. So, but does it work in practice? IMTA can be more easily maybe designed in the land-based aquaculture facilities, where you can actually manipulate with the flow of the water and nutrients. But in the open sea, it's quite complex because it's very hard to predict what will be the best nutrient flow rate and how far from the cages you need to incorporate some activities. So there's a lot of questions still to be made, but definitely what we need is also governmental support, how to make this legislative. There are good examples in some countries like Canada with salmon, mussel, and kelp farming, but in the Mediterranean we still didn't reach this commercial part yet. Although there are many research and some positive effects, but we still need to implement it on the commercial scale. So what were our results in the Adriatic Sea? We wanted to test the results of the mussels produced in IMTA with those from the traditional sites. So we started a long time ago while I was still a PhD student, and we did a series of experiments close to the fish farms, and basically the results were always similar. The mussels which were fed close to the fish farms, they had a better conditioning index throughout the year, and also the growth was quite faster if you keep them closer to the cage. Also, the mussel farms, the fish farms serve very well as accumulation sites because fouling of oysters, mussels, and other shellfish species on the installation is very huge. So this is something that allows you to collect big quantities of the seed for the production. And also we experimented with some new species like Arcanoa, and the results were very similar like with the mussels. The condition index was much higher, closer to the cages. These were some of the sites that we used, just to show you. The traditional sites are always closer to the mainland area and the input of the fresh water. And this Novigrad Sea is very eutrophic area. It's considered to be maybe the best area in Croatia for production of mussels. Stari Grad area a bit different, but still very good area for production of mussels. And we compare them to the Vargada Island, which is a fish farm for sea bass and sea bream. So the results were very good again. This was done in maybe 5 years ago. The ITM mussels growth similarly, and also the condition index was higher than in the Stari Grad, but a bit lower than in the Novigrad Sea, which is the most productive area. Also the quantity of the meat, you can see some samples here, is very high, and it's also reflected through the accumulation of stable isotopes of nitrogen in the flesh of the mussels. So we can see that these mussels are actually utilizing the feed coming from the fish farm. The next step was to do a demonstration site, so it was done through an Interreg project together with one company called Chromaris, and 200 tons of mussels were produced in this small mussel farm, which was placed right next to the fish farm. And this proved that we can do it in a technical way and to produce mussel seed in an economical way together with the fish farm. And the result of the project was that this zone was then changed from only fish monoculture to be able for the producers to register as a mussel producer as well. In the last year, we also started to work with benthic species, so holoturians like sea cucumbers. They are ideal because they are filtering the organic matter from the sediment. So this way, they improve the quality of the sediment, but also they are growing a bit faster. So we did one experiment where we tested the holoturians below the cages with the fish, right next to the cages and with the reference sites. And the data were very interesting because the size of the cucumbers below the cages and near the cages. These are the first two graphs, are much bigger than the ones from the reference site. And also, when you look at the composition of stable nitrogen isotopes, you can see that these holoturians are accumulating a lot of organic waste coming from the farm. So in the next research period, we will try to make it more commercial, to see how many, what biomass can we produce, and what is the quality of the production of these holoturians. Also, we experimented a bit with the sponges. We placed some sponges again in the same sites. Still, we had nice results in terms of growth, although there were maybe too much organic matter for the sponges, so the growth was not as fast as it is in the wild. So where are we now? When we compare the ecological development of aquaculture, we can say that we started with many mistakes. Then we realized these mistakes, tried to avoid them. So we moved from this orange part to mitigation and implementing some new solutions that can make aquaculture more sustainable. And hope we are now at the beginning of development of restorative aquaculture. We are aware that we can benefit from these environmental eco-services. And the next step is to convince the producers that for them it's better to move towards a more sustainable way, because this is increasing the social acceptability of aquaculture, but also improving the environment where you are growing your designed crop or your primary production. And hope in future we will come to the blue part, which is where the benefits are very visible and that it will become a standard for the industry. There was a very nice publication by FAO related to restorative aquaculture. So the species which are recognized to be implemented are the sea urchins, the sea cucumbers, sponges, and of course bivalves such as oysters and mussels. In terms of Croatia, we can say that mussels are ideal model for intensive production in IMTA because they are easy to collect and farm. Other species are a bit more complicated, but also this three-dimensional benthic IMTA should be also adopted because we see that it gives good results in terms of improving the environment and the sediment. Also, the next step, maybe not for the Mediterranean, but we should consider macroalgae as it is done in some other areas in the world to see which species should be suitable, and this way we will have a fully integrated aquaculture system employed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. So would like just to, if somebody has any questions regarding this talk, yes, please go ahead. Oh, wow, a lot of, so, but you first.
Some of your slides showed a lot of these farms quite close to land. Is there a trend for pushing these farms further and further offshore, or are they still being licensed, in areas?
Yeah, the trend is to move it more offshore, but it's not so easy in terms of Croatia. This means maybe daily traveling of 30, 40 nautical miles. But for now, they are placed in higher depths. In the beginning, they were placed in like 30 meters, which is not very sustainable because you have Posidonia beds and many other species. But now, to get a license for aquaculture farm, it should be at least 65-meter depth, where it's usually a muddy bottom with the lower biodiversity. So this is solution now. But in Croatia, we made plans to move aquaculture in the offshore zone beyond the last line of the islands. So, but still, it's not happening.
Okay, thank you. I saw at least one second hand. A little bit lower. Somebody want to ask? Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, nobody. Then, okay, yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a technical question.
Yes, we can see that once you are growing a bigger sized muscles, they are reproductive, so they are producing a lot of spat. And but again, even without it, fouling on the farm is very severe. So in either case, you need to have a lot of work implemented to test it. So additional production of mussels, I think it will not be a problem, because either way you have wild populations which are producing a lot of mussel spat and other species as well. So.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a lot of questions to you, but probably will come during the coffee break. We need to save some time. Thank you very much. And
we move on to our next speaker, and that's Dr. Burak Kanaroglu from Klepedia University, with the title of Modeling Eutrophication Dynamics for Sustainable Coastal Management, Application of the Eutrophy Model in the Curonian Lagoon. Thank you.
Hello. I'm going to present today the modeling eutrophication dynamics for sustainable coastal management, application of the eutrophy model in the Curonian Lagoon. And eutrophy is a new ecological model, and we had the urge to develop a new model through this study, because the models that are around the academic world, it is too computationally non-efficient, and we are using a different methodology for this model, but I will mention it later. And for now, as a quick introduction, eutrophication is a big problem for the aquatic systems, and to manage that, it's also a problem. And it is causing high nutrient input from the land, and this is causing excessive primary production, and this leads to harmful algal blooms and oxygen depletion and ecosystem degradation. And for estuaries and coastal waters, since they are complex and heterogeneous systems, they require high-resolution and multidimensional numerical models. And to model a system, there is two methodology, and one is called direct coupling, and the other one is offline coupling. And direct coupling, we can give an example of ERSA model, and maybe you also know the Poseidon model. And for offline coupling, in this methodology, you basically get the information or the data from a hydrodynamic model and put as an input for the ecological model, and eutrophy is an example for this methodology. And it's called also box modeling. But no matter which modeling strategy you are using or which model you are using, for robust ecological modeling approach, the models needs to be calibrated. And for the models to produce reliable outputs, and basically the calibration means that the reduction of the differences between modeled and measured values. And there is two approaches to calibrate a model. And first one is the manual methods, which means also a trial and error. So by hand, you just change your parameters, which is your unknowns in your model, time by time and step by step. But in the automated calibration, you use algorithms developed specifically for such things, for calibrate the model, and it automatically calibrate your model. And then you get validated results, which are more reliable approach. And there are several softwares to do this. One is Ostrich or PAST. And this PAST tool I'm using for my research. And I applied for the eutrophy model for the first time to the Curonian Lagoon. And Curonian Lagoon is situated in the southeast Baltic Sea, but it is the biggest coastal lagoon. And it is considered mostly freshwater, and it is almost shallow, except the strait, Klaipeda Strait. And there is a big problem of eutrophication in this lagoon. And now the nutrients in the Kronion Lagoon, which are transported to the Baltic Sea, is too high. And for the nitrogen, it is 32,000 tons per year. And for phosphorus, it is 1.8 thousand tons per year. But Lithuanian government agreed to reduce this load by 2031 to 25.9 thousand tons nitrogen per year. And for the phosphorus, it's 0.7 thousand tons. And this is critical because you cannot cut only the riverine inputs, nutrient inputs, because there is farming activities, but also there is a big problem, the sedimentation, because sediment is also releasing a lot of nutrients to the water layer. And previously there was a lot of modeling studies, a range of modeling studies, hydrodynamic models, hydrological models, and ecosystem and ecological models applied previously. But after a long time, eutropy was the first ecological model that is applied to the Kronion Lagoon. And in the box modeling framework, it is, like I said, it's an offline coupling. Basically, for the water fluxes, I'm retrieving this data from Schaifer model, which is a hydrodynamic model, which was developed by Georg Mgisser and applied in various lagoons and seas. And internal kinetics are calculated through the eutrophy model, and mass inflows, it's basically the field measurements. And this is a simple schematic to show the complexity of the eutrophy model. And the blue background is the state variable interacted within each other. And there is also a sediment compartment inside of this model. And the blue background color, I was calling it before Kulpai model, but now I implemented the sediment compartment, and it's called the eutrophy model born. And for the Kronion Lagoon application, there is 29 state variables, including the sediment compartments. Primary production is represented by only one state variable, which is fairly simple, but we are planning to improve it more. And for the model parameters, there is 130 parameters, and these 130 constants, or the parameters that I'm calibrating for to get better results, or to manage, to inform the decision makers in a robust way. And our simulation period is set for 10 years. And I'm using PEST and PEST++ suites to calibrate my model, but I will pass this quickly. And basically, this is the system of a model, and you just implement the PEST on top of it. And as you can see in this red circular files that you need to add, and it's like simple files, which are text files. And with the initial results of the Kulpai model, we published this model results as well, and we compared it with the previous applications, and it has satisfactory results. And maybe also another important result is the computational efficiency of the eutrophy model. Before optimization of the model, it was taking, for 10 years of simulation, almost 20 minutes, but after optimization, it takes less than 1 minute, and this is for 10 years. And there's a similar model which also developed within Klaipeda University, and it is developed using Fortran, and its runtime was taking around 90 seconds for only 1 year. So although eutrophy is a Python model, we developed it in Python, it is very efficient. Here are the results. we calibrated and compared the simulation results with the observations for different locations, and the chlorophyll A R-square value is changing between 0.02 to 0.33, which is fairly low, but for chlorophyll, for 10 years of results, which might be considered high. And here are the results. And as you can see from the green ranges, this represents the uncertainty ranges. But I have the best results in the boxes where we have the observation closest to the strait. And maybe this is a good result for management-related options, because the strait is representing what is going out from Kronjund Lagoon to the Baltic Sea. And as we can see, total nitrogen and total phosphorus results, R-square values is very high, and maybe most importantly, in terms of management, PBS values are very low, which is good. Have other results? I'm skipping this. Like I said, model performance can be improved by adding different cyanobacteria groups, diatoms, and so on. And then we also developed with Artures a web-based platform for non-modelers, and this is an image of early stage development, but now we improved it for to be used to non-modelers just by clicking to a graphical user interface, and you can put your data there, and then you just simply click run button and it runs and produces the results and plot the graphs and so on. Thank you for your attention.
Do we have any questions? I do have one actually. Can this model be used? Can this model be used to in other countries, other lagoons?
Right now we haven't tried it, but with the collaborations, I would like to try it. Yeah.
And did you take into consideration the fact that there might be climate change and everything, and the effect?
Yes. This stage, since it's a new development, we first calibrated and validated the model, but in the future we will do scenario analysis and we will include different climatic scenarios and dry and wet seasons and yeah, different scenarios as well.
Lovely, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now from modeling to UOVs. So I would like just to invite Hun Farah to give a talk of UOVs and multispectral perspectral informed monitoring of invasive coastal vegetation in Ireland for policy-driven coastal management. Please, Hun. The stage is yours.
So thank you, everybody. My name is Sun Farrell. I'm a PhD student at SETU, and I'm also a Marine Institute Cullen Fellow. So we kind of, the whole premise of my PhD kind of is around the world of hyperspectral more than multispectral, but we kind of set out to build a practical UAV hyperspectral workflow for monitoring coastal habitats. And so practical is a kind of a big part of where I wanted to focus on, and looking at units of area that were useful for management and not just for academic purposes, I suppose, that they were useful for policymakers, useful for those who are managing different parts of it. So obviously invasive species are a big problem for as an environmental or pressure on it. And then the drones, obviously, they fill that gap between where satellites can't get the scale quite right, and especially in coastal areas where the reflectance and water don't allow for very good imagery. And then field surveys alone are just far too time consuming compared to the use of drones. And then, of course, when we talk about policy and we have all these SACs and we have to do kind of, or we're required to do kind of repeatable monitoring of these things. So obviously, what is a drone? Well, there's the three different types of drones that we have are the multi-rotor, which is kind of the DJI drone that everybody kind of knows and loves. Then you have a fixed wing, which operates more similar to a plane, where it needs a kind of a runway to take off and land. And then you have this hybrid model, which is it can take off vertically and then flies like a plane. And each of them have pros and cons, but I'm not going to get bogged down on it. What's hyperspectral data? Again, everybody is familiar with this idea of RGB, or red, green, and blue bands that are in a regular camera. And then in the multispectral range, we have, again, very fixed, defined bands, and there can be anywhere from, let's say, 5 or 6 bands, maybe up to 12 bands. It just kind of really depends. But the important part of that is that they're very broad bands. Whereas when we jump into the world of hyperspectral, in the same part of the spectrum, so we're talking about 400 nanometers. So our visible spectrum is 400 to 700, and then when we go into the infrared, we go up to 1,000 when we're talking about vegetation, and some hyperspectral systems go up to 2,500. So this middle graph in the bottom, it shows Landsat, and the 1, 2, 3, they're the 7 bands of the Landsat, and you can clearly see that when you compare multispectral Landsat to a hyperspectral, we miss out on quite a lot of valuable information, and each one of these 7 only provides us a single point of that band. So we do lose a lot of information when we move into the go from multispectral to hyperspectral. And then, so when we think of hyperspectral imagery, we think of it almost like a stack of photographs, one on top of the other, each, and they're anywhere from let's say 100 to 200 images per data cube, depending on your hyperspectral system. And then each pixel within that creates what they call a spectral signature. So each pixel goes down through the various bands, or each one of the layers of the photograph. So here we see, just from 2012 to 2002, this is Web of Science papers that were published, and the blue are those papers that included UAS, UAV, or drone, and the orange line are those that are UAV, UAS, and also hyperspectral. So you can see both trending up. And you can see that the real 2016, 2017, that's when we really start to jump. It's when recreational drones and low-cost drones became more and more accessible to the public at that stage. So what's the whole idea is that our drone is RTK enabled. However, we still do use ground control points. We do lose RTK, so that's kind of an automatic correction that's happening over the internet, essentially. But we put down ground control points for regardless, just so that it's standardized. Even if RTK drops, that we still can go back and align the images correctly. Our flight altitude, again, it depends on what we're looking at, or how big an area we want to focus on. And again, our ground sampling distance, 1 to 5 centimeters is typically with our multispectral, and then in our hyperspectral it can go right up to 10 or 20 centimeters, depending on again, how high we're flying. 40 plus hectares a day, I mean, that's the kind of, when EU regulations say we should have visual line of sight of our drone at all times, and the Mavic multispectral is quite a small drone, really, and so 40 hectares is really the maximum that we can kind of do, and try and still keep a kind of an eye or a visual idea of where our drone is. Going up to 100 hectares a day, absolutely possible, but again, you're probably looking at visual line of sight or having multiple aerial observers. So the trade-off, what's our kind of best height for flying at 30 meters, we get the highest spatial detail. So this here, these images in the bottom one, I wish there was a pointer here on this, but there's not. But we can see that you can clearly define where there's green algae and where we have Zostra seagrass. And then if we go to the other extreme, it's almost impossible to tell where one is seagrass and where one is algae. And then you get, the middle one is taken at about 70 meters, give or take, and you can differentiate the two visually at that point. So this is a mudflat. So it doesn't actually recognize that there is Zostra in this area at all. The green area on the map is the only area where it says that there's where it's Zostra dominated. But we do know that that this area where we focused on also has plenty of Zostra in it as well. So that's our area there. This survey was taken earlier in the season, maybe April. So our seagrass hasn't quite started to come in yet. And then, so we kind of went back, we did repeat surveys of the same area, and when we come back to it in July, we kind of focused on an area where, again, we know that there's plenty of seagrass. So the bottom left-hand corner is our seagrass, and the lighter green sections are our algae mats, or just green algae. And this was, so the first image on the left, is about 75 hectares, and it's about 870 odd images to do the whole lot at 120 meters. And this is just a subsection of it. This is only 20 images at 120 meters creates this. And so then we decided we were playing around with our different heights, and so we did a subsection of it at 30 meters, and that is 237 photographs for just that small area. So in terms of practicality, flying low is absolutely, while you do get much greater detail and being able to differentiate things visually, in terms of practicality, it's not very helpful at all. So the second site that I'm going to show you is British Bay. It's a sand dune complex, and again, this is just kind of showing you some of the elements that are, some of the products that our UAVs produce. So again, this is the full length of British Bay sand dune complex, and then when we zoom in, then we can see up in the top right-hand corner here, this is our NDVI, and then this is our digital elevation model on the bottom right-hand corner. So creating our spectral library, how do we do it? So we have a field spec 4, and so what we do, it goes into your backpack and you trek it around the sand dunes, and we take in situ measurements of reflectance using just the field spec in the field, and then we remove some of those samples and bring them back to Bayswell, back to the boot of my car, and we then use this item here, which is a contact probe. So it illuminates it using halogen light, which gives us a very clear spectrum, which it doesn't have kind of atmospheric interference coming off of it. Or else we'll bring it back to the lab and take hyperspectral photographs using this Spectrum IQ handheld camera. And so, so these are some of the, so we have Ascophyllum nodosum, this seaweed on the left-hand side, very commercially important species. seaweed licensing and harvest licensing in Ireland until they have kind of accurate assessments or ways of assessing our biomass on the coast. It's very difficult to get licenses to harvest. And then the next one is Fucus auratus. Again, Fucus species are almost a byproduct of the Ascophyllum nodosum industry. However, they're also then used for commercially as well, but not intentionally got out there, sought after. And then in terms of invasive species, so this is a New Zealand flax, which is basically a giant grass, basically. And then these are our native ferns, so bracken ferns. So we just kind of wanted to kind of create spectral libraries of the various native and invasive vegetations, looking at kind of commercially important species and then invasive species. So here's just a kind of very simple visual kind of guide to what we're looking at, so that so these are our spectral signatures of some of the seaweeds that we've looked at. And then here's more our sand dune, grey dunes complex. And so we can see our yellow is our wet sand, and then we have our dry sand, and then we have everything in between. But you can see they all kind of quite trend, and then it just depends on what their characteristics are as to where they have dips. So how do we make sure that our drone surveys are comparable? Because again, if we go out with just our multispectral drone on a given day without any ground control or without any calibration, then when we come back the following year or the following season or the following day, obviously environmental conditions have changed, lighting conditions have changed, so any models or any predictive models that we create won't be applicable the following day. So we have to kind of calibrate and make sure everything is comparable to one survey to the next. So if for just RGB, for when we're, there we go, look at that. For RGB, we just use a very cheap, what they call a color checker chart. It's about €100 and it kind of solves the problem, but it's really only valuable for RGB data. Then we go down to here, and this is a $600 reflectance calibration panel, and this will go into the infrared. But again, it's very kind of you kind of take this image kind of very close to the camera at the start and at the end, but you can't really get the at 120 meters. Obviously, you would not see this from the sky. It's very small, so then we jump up to these reflectance tarps. So they're calibrated reflectance tarps, and you typically have, you go from dark to light. So you typically would have a minimum of 2, if not 3 of these tarps out in any given survey to ensure that you can calibrate at the various levels, across the spectrum. And then for when we fly our hyperspectral drone, so this is our hyperspectral drone. This is a Resonon Pika-L hyperspectral camera, and then on top we have this irradiance sensor. So basically this sensor is measuring the energy given from the sun down to the top of the drone, and then the hyperspectral camera is measuring that energy that's reflecting back off of the surface of the Earth back up onto the camera. And so that's how we calibrate on this. Now you can use one of these irradiance sensors to calibrate regardless. You could just have it out at every survey. It doesn't have to be attached to the drone. It can operate as an independent calibration system. And then of course, because we're collecting our spectral data in the field as well, we know then as well that that's also a very valid way of kind of calibrating back your photographs, because you know that when you're measuring your whatever it is, let's say New Zealand flax, when you're measuring that one day, you're measuring at the same time as your survey, so you're it's essentially object-based analysis. So this is taken from Demir, another PhD who was working on multispectral and seaweeds in particular he was focused on, and so here we can kind of just see that when we look at RGB alone, we get an overall accuracy of anywhere from say 66 to 68%, and then when we look at the multispectral alone, we increase it right up to but then when we use all the bands, so when we break down the image and we remove the RGB or separate out the RGB and the various multispectral bands as well, we then end up with much increased predictability, I suppose. So then what we kind of produce then at the end are kind of baseline condition maps, so and then where we can see the change happening over time, and then exportable layers, evidence maps that we can then kind of give on to policymakers, etc. What's happening. So then the next steps then, I suppose, are to actually get my arse in gear and to publish all of this and to kind of generate our outputs. But to increase replication. So again, when we did it, we have surveyed maybe 7 or 8 seaweed sites. We've done 2 seagrass beds, and we've done 2 kind of sand dune complexes as well to compare. But the aim of the game is, again, to kind of compare more, to go out and sample more of them and validate any predictive models against other areas as well, to see do they apply across the board, that they're not just, let's say, stronger in the southeast of Ireland versus species that are in over the west or the northwest of Ireland. Yeah, that's kind of really it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fern. So, any questions regarding this application of remote sensing? Okay, yes, please.
Yeah, so from a practical, again, this goes back to slide 1 and the practicality side of things. So again, if we look at cost, and data, so that seagrass bed that we did of 80 hectares, when we map that with a multispectral drone, it generates maybe about 15 gigabytes of data. That same survey with a hyperspectral drone will be about 300 plus gigabytes of data. So again, there's a massive disparity in how much data that we generate, and it's useful. Like of that 300, of the 100 bands that the multispectral creates, maximum maybe 15 of those bands are probably useful, maybe 20 of those bands are probably useful. So there's a lot of data redundancy in the hyperspectral side of things, and then in terms of cost, your multispectral drone is 10,000 euros. Your hyperspectral drone is 100,000 euros. So it's from a practicality standpoint, where it really stemmed from was that the Marine Institute had a hyperspectral camera, and I decided that it was kind of an open call to see how it could be used, and so it was just a lot of experimentation. I actually come from a benthic marine background, and then decided I wanted a career change, and so that's how I ended up in the world of remote sensing. So a lot of this was learned by myself on trial and error. Like it was not, there was 1 or 2 people at the university who were doing kind of drone stuff, but definitely nothing in the world of hyperspectral. And so it has been a lot of trial and error, and there is this whole debate of spatial versus spectral. Like, are we better off with just RGB, but really good LiDAR data, or really good, so we have really high spatial data, but our spectral data is quite poor. Is that better than really good hyperspectral data, so really good spectral data, but really poor resolution? So maybe I'll answer my PhD in a chapter somewhere. But yeah, the debate will go on forevermore, you know, but it's definitely not clear-cut answer.
Thank you, Phil. Again,
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Prof. Arturas, who is also the chair for this session, with the title of Machine Learning from Stakeholder Knowledge for Socio-Ecological Systems Modeling. Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to present a kind of semi-finished work that of the part of the tools will be deployed by the end of this year to the LifeWatch repositories. I mean, the online premises that will be able just to use it. You could use it, of course, now, but different way. So I would say it's a one-line story. We taught a machine to build a socio-ecological system models by learning from what stakeholders already told us. So everybody is actually just hanging on the framework of the whole socio-ecological system. But what is the main problem? It's the cost of building socio-ecological model. I could tell you from, if you look at the cost of this tool that was created mostly by, visiting different parts of the Europe, you will see it's enormous. I think it's probably like close to 2 to 3 million euros because it's a main deliverable of the project. So the reason for this, so we would like it's quite central, and it's actually socio-ecological system are quite useful, especially it's became fashionable tool, and it could be directly just fed up to the decision makers, because if you done it intuitively, so you could use it for the informed decision making, especially creating scenarios, looking for kind of interventions if you want to improve the whole thing. But the problem is they are cognitively demanding. It's roughly 20-30 hours of expert effort per context. So we have ecosystem that you want like, or actually the areas and as a group of ecosystems, so it really will take some time. And experts are not cheap, because that is actually several days of work, at least maybe like a week of work, and you need to bring them together, so it creates a kind of a problem. So at present, most of the SES models are created by experts. If you look at the publication during the last 5-7 years, when the socio-ecological model became, we have a lot of conferences, publications about this. So non-expert basically can do it because it's quite complicated. So ordinarily people, they could hint us at how the socio-ecological model could be built, but they can do it. So our idea was just to, based on our experience from this model, just to create a kind of a knowledge base that will help to automatize, to build a model on context with not experts, people something like managers of protected territories, some other stakeholders that will be able just to create it simply by checking, by tapping on the already existing knowledge. Oh my gosh! So what is the data that was underneath the machine learning? Again, it's actually two projects, but it went so. It was started with the structural interviews. The team of the HUFOS from Netherlands were traveling all around the coastal sites and the coastal island sites all around Europe, from Svalbard to the Macaronesia and just working with the local stakeholders, just trying to create the draft of the socio-ecological system. We have 3 marine regions, about 11 habitat level context. Let's say, for example, like, Macaronesian Island or Arctic Island, with all the social and ecological problems that exist in this context. And at the end, we created, from this, we created something like 412 connections that was based directly on our interaction with real people, real stakeholders, and then refined by the real experts. But we went much more further because we did realize if we want to deploy this, our tool a little bit further, we need more information, and we dig deep into the publications, peer-reviewed and the great publications, and at the end ended in the 37 contexts and over nearly 1.5 thousand connections between different elements in the socio-ecological model, as far as Caribbean islands and Martinique. So also just our group went there and we did it. So you could see it's a traditional way. We have structured interviews and just creating this importance of the connections, the elements and connection in between. The important thing also here, but everything was built upon using the DAPSI-WORM cost-effective network. It's if you read it from left to right, it's drivers, activities, pressures, state change, ecosystem services, group goods and benefits, response and measures as a feedback loop, and then we create that makes the whole socio-ecological system. It's actually, DAPSI-WORM is not a model itself. It's a way to structure a problem. And every connection must follow an allowed course to effect step, which is exactly what led the AI keep every suggestion inside the rules. So how it built it inside. So it's at present they exist, it's Mike doing it. My colleague who was just, he created a lot, it's called it DAPSI-WORM. And always, each time this scheme improves, I said, it's another worm raised by Mike. So this is the latest worm raised. So it was published quite recently, so it's became also quite widely known in the ocean management. System itself is an interactive system. It's now actually available online and will be deployed after it's goes out of the beta version. So it's actually just now done in a way that probably you don't need to be an expert to build a socio-ecological system. So it gives you all the guidances, both literal and type of the tutorials here. That is a very simple indeed socio-ecological system looks like this when we have all the DAPSI-WORM elements connected, and the connections could be actually assessed by the strength and confidence, and we have also the delay, because many actions like restoration of the habitats, they will not happen overnight. They will happen over several years. So we need, if we need to analyze the system, we need to also take into account this the time dimension. So what is actually inside the AI engine, the context? So you are get started, you create SES, you visualize it, you analyze, and you report. So it's quite simple thing. So how the knowledge base interface here? So we actually just we feed to the system the free text or partial model. So simply you're saying, okay, so I have system that contains a fishery, that you do the context. For example, it's the Baltic Sea or it's Mediterranean. And agent trying just to create this SES model of you, of course, also asking some questions, because always you will be able to, as you've probably seen, just to correct and just to review the model, just to see if it really seems realistic, and then to run it, and probably just to see if the behavior of the system is realistic. So output is actually the category table, so it should assign that is semantic analysis to the DAPSIVORM element. Also to have a ranked suggestions for the elements, and also the recommendations. So how it works. So we try to. We're not able just to do again the practical testing against the stakeholders. Probably we'll try it for next autumn, because as we get the extension of the project, we will do another one roadshow of the system, just revisiting the stakeholders and just trying. But we do more or less numerical experiments by simulating non-expert, like a digital agent, and just trying to partly build the model. So you could see that without artificial AI, it was something, the recovery of the elements was something like a 3.1%, so it's quite low. With AI, it's coming up to 10%. It's not so bad. And actually, this median relative lift, it was around 100%. So that was quite effective. So that's good. Then we try just to check, because it's not only the elements themselves, but also the connection matter, because you need to know the confidence and the strain interaction between different sides. Here we come even with the better results. So actually it's give it close to 400% increase in the correctness of the consistency. So it's again was we could say that it's very much worked the way that we would like, just to see the final system to work. Of course, we need some extra learning. And what is even more positive, that we actually, the model confidence agrees very much with the literature. So that means we try to reanalyze again against peer-reviewed and the great literature on the field, and that means that actually you always could check the parity between the created model and existing the publications actually that having here. We specifically checked again 1,500 connections against two things the model never was traded off. First is a more expert confidence, and so it was rising monotonically with expert ratings from 2 to 5. And second, it was a published evidence. The more reference was behaved to connection, the higher was the model confidence. So correlation is comparatively weak, but consistent and quite significant across two independent testings. So if you go, okay, it doesn't move. Okay, probably I broke it here or something. So the tool itself, it's in the live demo. If you scan the barcode, you could go directly to the tool, and also you could scan a barcode on the right, and it will take you to the whole toolbox at the site of Marine Research Institute of the Klaipėda University, that providing other tools, both modeling, management, and environmental assessment tools that were developed in 4 EU Horizon projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Over there.
Yes.
I'm asking myself who's not expert, so I'm from biology education. So can pupil maybe in the future use this biology teacher, biology education, or educator who educate biology teachers, or maybe the manager just needs to have a marine background or something?
It's a very good question regarding the children. Do you know this diamond skin? Because the top of the diamond are the children, on the bottom are politicians. So it's more or less the same level of expertise. So I would say if the politician could use it, the children could use it as well, even better.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah.
So it's mostly with peer-reviewed publication. We, in most cases, actually, it was just exercise. In reality, we need to go, well, it was numerical test. We didn't test it in real conditions, just going, so we are planning to do the special survey, whether it works. Well, so far, it's a knowledge base. It's mostly based on the peer-reviewed publications, but we also use reports from ICES and HELCOM. So we generally don't use such things like EA database from the ministries, because it was a little bit, how to say, maybe not. I was not so confident just to use it, but such ecosystem overviews from ICES that were actually used. All other publications, they simply coming because we're using the site, just a, model construct protocol for the AI, just for building the knowledge base. So it goes directly from peer-reviewed sources. So no specific control. So I didn't look myself for them, but probably we need to do it.
Any other questions? No, I think that's all. Thank you very much.
I'm multitasking a bit. We are going to quite interesting, because I'm also personally interested. It's going to the damage to restoration, civil liability, full reparation, and coastal ecosystem governance under the EU law. It's Marie-Sophie Bondon from La Rochelle. Your floor is yours. S'il vous plaît.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for the organization for all this event, and thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to be here, and I should say first that for me it's my first entire conference in English, so I'm a beginner and I'm not so fluent as the other speakers in this room, but this kind of event is the opportunity to improve my skills, so thank you. I want to show you that civil liability is a classic tool of private law, and it can become a genuine driver of coastal social ecological transition. Two essential tracks open the way, and let me build the argument. The story of ecological damage in France and French law does not begin with a statute. It begins with a shipwreck. In 1999, the tanker Erika broke a part of the coast of Brittany, spilling 2,000 tons of heavy fuel oil and devastating hundreds of kilometers of coastline. The catastrophe took years of litigation that will transform French private law. In landmark judgment in 2012, French Higher Court, Criminal Court recognized for the first time that damage to the environment itself, so independently of any harm to people, is legally compensable judicial breakthrough for our system and private law. Doctrine says the moment, and Professor Nere and a team of jurists developed the first nomenclature of environment damage, and a reform arrived in 2016. The Biodiversity Act introduced new articles in our civil code, and ecological damage became codified. It's an actual actionable tort with restoration in kind as a priority remedy. And so when we talk about civil liability for coastal ecosystem or marine ecosystem, we're not talking about a new idea, but we're talking about a mechanism with 2 decades of judicial and doctrinal construction behind it. But now this mechanism is severely tested by contemporary coastal pollution and marine pollution, but by new problems. One example, PFAS, forever chemicals, which are perfect stressed test, 3 obstacles. First, you can see causation, because multiple industrial sources spread over decades, and the classical tort law requires identifiable defendants, and the difficulty is to identify those defendants and to prove the causation. Second, the valuation, how to price degradation of a seagrass bed, for example. The science exists, but legal translation is still lacking. And third, irreversibility. Some zones cannot be fully restored, so how much should it cost? And what should be done with the fund received? And another problem, for example, France could end up being both judge and jury when it's a shareholder in some polluting companies, for example. At the same time, EU law is adding another rule. The EU Nature Restoration Regulation entered into force in August 2024, and it obliged member states to restore degraded coastal and marine ecosystem, legally binding targets. So now 2 systems pursue the same goal: civil liability in one hand and is curative, so a defendant, a court order, or victim-driven. And the regulation is programmatic. It means it's preventive. So with national plans, state-driven, or biodiversity-driven. And it's the same ecological outcome, but a completely different legal logic. And when both apply to the same degraded coastal zone, who is ultimately responsible, who pays, who decides? It's the kind of problem we have. That question has no answer right now in positive law today, when there is a collapse between these 2 logical, and that makes both systems weaker than they could be. So you can see the opposite and this logic. And these tensions are materializing with the famous case right now, the Total Energies climate case, initiated in 2020 by a coalition with Notre Affaire à tous, FNE, Sherpa, and the cities of Paris and New York. The legal basis was the corporate duty of vigilance law in consecrated in 2017. And after 6 years of procedures, including sustained dilatory tactics by Total Energies, oral arguments were heard before the Paris Judicial Court in February 2026. And the decision is expected at the end of this month, so 14 days from today. And the question is if can civil courts compel a company to revise its entire production strategy before irreversible damage occurs? And there is already a breach in this thematic because last October, the same Paris court convicted Total Energies for false environmental claims, claiming to be on course for carbon neutrality. No apple failed, so that convention foreshadows exactly what private law must become. So not just a passive compensatory tool, but a real active regulatory instrument. So how do we get there? I want to propose two essential tracks. One, to improve the curative dimension of civil liability, and one, to develop its punitive dimension. So for the track one, the curative track, think of how French law built the reparation of bodily harm, not through intuition, but through the methodology, classification of injury types, reference framework for judges, common language between doctors, lawyers, and insurers. And today with AI, which accelerates it with databases of bodily harm awards, allow consistency analyze and decision support. So we need the same thing for ecological damages. And yesterday, for example, Dr. Ree showed us exactly why this is possible. He demonstrated how AI can compile and analyze soil quality data to detect degradation invisible to the human eye. And he closed with a question, can this methodology be used for other disciplines or other purposes? So from a legal perspective, yes. Building decision support tools for judges means working hand in hand with biologists, ecotoxicologists, water specialists, etc. And they bring three contributions no legal text can supply alone. It's identification first. Has this habitat actually been damaged? Quantification, how severe, how extensive, and feasibility, is restoration even possible, or if the damage is irreversible? And these are precisely the questions a judge must answer to award reparation for ecological damage. So what is missing is the legal translation of a science reality. And the transdisciplinary will can help us to build it. Track 2, the punitive tract. On April 2025, France introduced a completely new mechanism into our civil code. When a company deliberately commits a fault to make a profit, causing harm to a large number of people, a court can order a new civil sanction of up to 5 times the profit obtained, not transferable to insurers. What lawyers call a lucrative fault is, in plain term, a bet. a bet that breaking the rule pays more than following it. And this new mechanism is, I think, designed to confiscate precisely that profit, and this text is too recent to know if lawyers are already pursuing this strategy with greenwashing, but I really think that the door is open. So 2 tracks open before us, build a methodological infrastructure, nomenclatures, reference tools, AA database, and genuine transdisciplinary collaboration, and use the punitive mechanism to make greenwashing genuinely costly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marie-Sophie. Any questions regarding the presentation? If not, I have one. Have you heard in a precedent in Spain when the lagoon of Mar Menor have been granted the rights of the Spanish citizen person? Main reason for this is the possibility to put legal complaints against any damage to the Mar Menor.
Thank you for your question.
So how do you see, actually, how you see it? Because from me it was a little bit crazy. I'm not absolutely, I don't know about the law much. I was never been in jail, at least.
No, but sorry, I didn't see this.
How that could be? Because I know, because in Spain, the lagoon of Mar Menor, that is a water body, it was given rights, legal rights of the Spanish citizen, and the main reason of this was actually to a possibility to claim damage to the Mar Menor as an entity, as a human, as a citizen, because if you do something wrong, so that was mostly made from the legal necessity, just to reclaim some damage.
Yeah, it's true that it's a real effective tool to create, for example, personality and give a personality of a juridical personality to elements of the nature.
Yes, exactly. So
yeah,
how you see it?
It's a way, but France, for example, or French law is not using this tool because it's not so effective. Because you can ask yourself why giving a personality to this river and not this one. It's difficult, and when we compare with Indian law, for example, they give the moral personality to the Gange, and they change it, and they change the way the legal tools. So now the Gange doesn't have the moral personality. It's a real question, because in Brazil, Peru, all these countries use this tool. But for example, French law wants to generalize. First, it was associations and specialized association would defend the elements of the nature, but now it becomes more general, and I think it's the right way to generalize and permits to any citizen to sue a corporation, for example, to defend the rights of a good, safe environment. It's a question of a prism. Or we defend the nature, or you defend rights, the rights to live in a safe place, the right to, and using personal rights, it becomes more effective to create sanctions for specialized this kind of companies who polluting companies like Total Energy or others. But okay. I don't know if I...
No, it's totally okay, because I was, I'm ignorant about many things, but that was quite a striking example. So I just wanted to hear your opinion about this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much
It's true,
indeed.
it's true that it's not difficult to choose the right tool. But the real difficulty is to identify and evaluate the damage, the prejudice, and that's the main point.
Thank you very much, Marie-Sophie. Any questions if somebody wants to ask her?
I understand that
If no?
when the last one is difficult just before the coffee break.
For
I
biologists,
understand
yes, it's going to be a little bit, how to say, if you haven't been in jail, so probably you're not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again. I think that we are nearly well on time, and we have rightful coffee break. Yeah.
important today. In order to follow this direction, I have to go in hydrodynamics model, in biogeochemical models that describe, as you know, nutrient, plankton, water quality, and so on, and aquaculture that describes the impact in the environment from the aquaculture, the carrying capacity, and the most important for many, many of people working there, the management of that. Things that also are very important, and you know that, it is marine pollution and the technologies that have to be applied in this. And of course, the products, the services, and also future perspectives in order to find out what we're going to do. Now, so, why we care about that? It's clear because we care about clean waters, we need about healthy ecosystems, also sustainable aquaculture, fisheries, we care about the tourism, and also the climate resilience. But in order to go that, as I explained a little bit before, somebody has to start from physics that describes the circulation, and the circulation controls nutrients, phytoplankton, and so on. And finally, we end up with plankton that feeds fish, and of course, we care about fisheries and aquaculture. Now, so this is a suite of model. It's not just a model. It is a suite of model. We start from the, is this on? No, sorry. Oops. I go back. I want to go back, but anyway. Here we are. Okay. So the first one is atmospheric model we care. This comes from the operational model that runs, is the Poseidon operational atmospheric model that comes in HMR. Then this feeds the hydrodynamic model, which is the Princeton Ocean model. Then goes to the biogeochemical model, that is the European Regional Seas Ecosystem model. This one is, we can describe this allotrophic model that gets the information for the low trophic system in the ecosystem. And finally, you have the fish model that is for small pelagic fish that it is individual-based model. Of course, this information is given from one model to the other. One question that comes, and usually they ask this question is, okay, how easily can this be run in my place? The story is simple, easily can run, but it has to be tuned and customized. Imagine that each place has a different ecosystem. It's completely different if you like to talk about Mediterranean and North Sea. One is more eutrophic, the other one is oligotrophic. So all this information has to be included in the ecological model. And of course, different hydrodynamics, but this is not the problem. Okay, so easily. And the other thing is that Home Intercell has about 80 to 100 variables that solves, okay? And about 200, 300 parameters. So there is a lot of tuning and customization in order to behave well. We will see it later. I prefer this one. All right. So we implemented the model in the North Aegean. Why North Aegean? Because there you can find the small pelagic fish. That is anchovy and sardine. If you like to go further, it's a little bit, because there we will describe the life cycle of the fish, not just only how they grow and so on. You will see that it's a very dynamic system. It's changing. The circulation controls nutrients, plankton, and of course, fish habitats are formed. The general circulation brings also oligotrophic waters that comes from the Eastern Mediterranean, and we have also modified black waters that reach the west part of the area from the Black Sea, and also you have nutrients that comes from rivers, important also for the ecosystem. Also, if you see in the top, let me see if I can find the correct one. There you are. You have another cyclone. This anticyclone is increase the residence time and keeps nutrient, which is important because these physical patterns are very important for the biological productivity. Before you go to any model, you like to validate. It's important to see if you produce good results or you produce potatoes. So, on the top, is it correct? Is something come on? No. I'm used to that. Doesn't matter. If you see on the top, it's the satellite data. And then there's the results from the model. The first part comes from March and June, and the last one comes from September, December. So you see the behavior of the model and compared with the satellite images. So you have to understand that as is given over there, each period, you know, we are talking about winter and summer, we have the vertical mixing. We have also, as I explained, the riverine from Black Sea water, nutrient inputs, and also the Dardanelles, that this is an open sea introducing all this information from the Black Sea. Okay, now I move from the ecosystem modeling to fish population model. So here we're using the notion of super-individuals. What is super-individual? Super-individual, you may consider it as a school that has the same characteristics, if I can say so. That is age, size, position, growth, mortality. That's the characteristics that describe a school. As I explained, the model follows the life cycle. So you start from eggs, you go to larvae, you go to juvenile, and you go to adults. That we have first, second, third year, and the fourth year also for sardine. It's okay. Why that? We have the opportunity to connect environmental conditions with recruitment, survival, movement, and population dynamics. There are some characteristics that I don't have the time to explain in each stage that we can see over there. And there comes also the results of the model with validation with real observations that we have over there. Oops, again. No, here we are. There. All right. One important thing that actually I spent a lot of time in order to control this one. Because as I explained, each area has a different behavior, the fish. It's the move of the fish. As long as they're very young, I mean that we have larvae or early, or eggs, if I can say so, are passive tracers. So they move by the currents. Very simple. As passive tracers. But when they grow, that you say all the larvae or juveniles and also the adults, they move actively. What is this? The movement depends on food availability, so they don't go everywhere. They try to use a good restaurant. And this is, if I like to say more words about that, you have a bloom, chlorophyll bloom, there goes the zooplankton, and the fish follow in order to consume zooplankton. So they move and actually looking for food. When food is limited, in many cases, then they try, actually they use food gradients in order to follow and to find something. When food is adequate, they may compensate the currents. What is that? When I say that, I mean they don't like to go against the current because they're going to lose a lot of energy. But if they don't go exactly as the current goes, they try with the tail to reach the closer food that they can have, that they can consume. Okay, so I have some outputs that you can say from the anchovies. This is also part of a new project that we are running. This is going to come out operationally in mines and describes where the fish goes. So you have the adults first year, second year, and third year. It's an example, actually. You know, and you can see we have different colors. So the green is the third year, the red is the second year, and the blue is the first year. Here I would like to mention something that I think that is the most important. Okay, the model produces spatial patterns. That, as I say, I describe where the adults go, okay? And it's particularly for the North Aegean. But important is the processes behind that, why they go that, and this is the most important. So the anchovy distribution that you see over there emerges from circulation, temperature, food availability, I explained before, growth and survival. So this is how the model links the ocean conditions with the fish. Exactly the same for sardine, okay? So this time we don't have yet the first and the second because this is time the last of the year, as you can see, it's day 365, and we have others third year and fourth year. Important, again, you see different behavior that it's biological behavior, then we have sardine before you had the anchovy, and also takes into account the environment, different environment. So you see different fish respond according to physical and ecological environment. This is useful. What? This is useful for management, climate impact studies, ecosystem-based decision-making, and the key point here is that model connects processes, not just maps. It's not just only what you see, it's over there, but actually you have to understand what is behind that in order to bring the fish there. Now it's a little bit funny, because you will see the evolution of the fish. I will try to explain. If you can see on the top, I hope that I can use this. Yes. The yellow are eggs. The light blue is larvae. The green, juveniles. The blue is adults, first year. The red is adult, second year. And the third one is the gray, third year. Also on the top, you see the time that model runs. As you may see, after a while, what you are expecting. The fish lay eggs. And you see them. And you see how they move as passive tracing. And after that, they will start becoming larvae. And the larvae becomes juveniles. You see the different colors that will come. But we have to wait a little bit, since the model goes slower the way that I'm speaking. Oh, there you are. You see the eggs. Now we have the eggs from the fish. Okay? After a while, you see they changed, some of them, and they became larvae. And after a while, what you are expecting to see, juveniles. And you see the evolution of the fish. You see also the days that now we are running 176, okay? Also remember, there is an anticyclone, and the cyclone, as I showed you before, over there. Here. We have another cyclone. And this other cyclone makes the difference. You see how they go, some of them. So the model, I have them for 360 days. And you see all the evolution, what is happening, how they are moving. And actually, sometimes that we consider if this information is going to be damaged for the fish when they're going to get to the fishermen. But actually, if you consider that the model has a resolution 10 kilometers as a grid, you know, I'm expecting not to be so useful for a fisherman. It should help to down scale and to find exactly where you can find the fish. All right, so it's finishing now. And you see the evolution of the different stages of the fish over there. A little bit we have to wait. You see areas that you can find fish. Let's do this. Maybe this. There you are. Now I'll go to things that also we care a lot. This modeling approach can apply also to aquaculture. So you will see the impact in the environment from the aquaculture. You know that fish farms release some things: uneaten food, feces, dissolved nutrients, fecal pellets, and also they put them in the surrounding waters. But what we care about the system there. So we care about the physics again. So we have to combine the physical model, the hydrodynamic, I mean, okay, and with the pelagic and benthic ecosystem models to find out what's happening. In this way, we can simulate the wastes that comes out from the aquaculture. And why they dispersed by currents, and also how nutrients, if you have the ecological model also in this, affects what? The newt affects the plankton, and the organic matter that comes from the fish farms go to the benthic system. So we have differences there. Why we need this one? This helps us to assess environmental impact, as I start my discussion, and to support sustainable aquaculture planning. Okay. I have to say something that worries me. Many times, previously, they came to me complaining that a fish farm is producing big damage in the harbor or to the hotel that is over there, and they would like to find out where all this information goes, when they have a bloom there or not. You know, actually, in most cases, there was no problem on that. Now, again, implementation of the aquaculture model, just some as an examples. What we see there, there you see pagaciticos and some other areas that, and all information that you can get from the ecosystem model. But actually, shows that the local, as I said, circulation and also the local ecosystem makes a difference. It's very important because it affects, of course, the chlorophyll, the nutrients, and the seabed. So modeling helps us to understand the carrying capacity also of the area. And I have to say also that can be implemented also in closed areas like Pagaciticos, kind of, or in open sea. Also, they have been implemented in Cyprus. So they would like to find out the aquaculture zones. That comes with exclusion criteria. No, you cannot put there because there are ships. We would like also to have touristic areas and so on. Environmental conditions, bathymetry,
currents, and coastal planning constraints, okay? But this is not to find simply the available space, but to find suitable space with lower environmental risk. That's the key point for this work. There you are. That comes out from a previous project that was claimed, okay? All right, it's good. You know, you go, you monitoring things, but now we have to move from modeling to applied technologies, particularly for pollution reduction. Now we have also microplastics, plastics, and so on, and in claim they have been developed the clean trash. Clean trash is a very simple thing, as you can see in the middle. So grabs the plastics, the large plastics, not the micro, and they put it in this basket. So the basket moves up, and when there are 3 baskets, when they are full, comes the truck and gets the garbage. But also, we don't care about just only to get the information that comes from the river. Something that I have to tell you from my experience, and if you like, you believe me, if the plastics goes to the sea, it's very, 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 very difficult to take them out. Very difficult. Expensive and very difficult to find out. Additionally, there was filtration in the wastewater treatment plants. It gets the microplastics, but anyway, it's a good thing. And we have implemented this, and we have run on them in the Saronikos Gulf. And we found that it's a good thing this way and helps the Saronikos Gulf. So the model what says? The model says where the plastics go, where you have the hotspots, okay? With the technologies, we care to take them out if we can. And we have the money to take them out because they are expensive, as I explained. Okay. Why modeling is important for marine litter management? As I explained before, simulates how pollutants move, where plastics accumulate, the hotspots, as I said before. Also, we can test. This is very, very important to test. To test treatment, that means, well, the intervention that you may have in an area. You say, I'm going to implement this. I'm going to put the clean trash. What should be the effect that I have in the Gulf? So we can check it before you before you spend, and before implement. The other way, if I like to say more scientifically, and to become more attractive, is like the models can give you decision, you can implement them as a decision support tool. What if I do this, I will have that. And it's not only just a research tool. Okay. Here is take-home message. The ocean is a connected system. It's not just only the ocean. What happens in land, in rivers, in cities, in ports, even in the aquaculture, eventually reaches the sea. By collaboration, by combining science and technology, we can move from understanding problems to implement solutions, as I explained before. As you understand, there is a chain of things that you may consider: physics, biogeochemistry, fish, ecosystem services, and finally, the benefits for people and for the marine ecosystem. This is what I presented you before, just the full thing. The atmospheric model, the low trophic model with the hydrodynamic. It has been also implemented in the Red Sea. The one that I show you, the evolution of the different stages in the North Aegean. Also in Pylos, that was a real problem. There was an accident. You see that there was an oil spill. Initially, if you see again from the beginning, it will come, I think. There you are. They found that the oil spill will hit Pylos. But actually, they're mistaken, and they went to the Yalova lagoon. Yes, it is a lagoon. And there was a damage over in the lagoon. There you see the model runs in the Mediterranean. You can see the hot spots for macro and micro concentrations. The other one I showed you before is the clean trash. And finally, we have also the interactive, creative education. So how people can, working with this game, become fish farmers. Where they know how to run a fish farm. And my final was, is what we do. So pollution comes, as I said, from many sources. Wastewater, rivers, ports, as I explained. The next step is to combine hydrodynamic models, ecosystem models, pollution transport models, particle tracking observation. Now we have also to use AI. I hope that it will help when the model fails. And also the new attractive things for EU is what? To make cocktail pollution models. There you may have whatever you think, even the PFAS that mentioned before, or heavy metals, oil spills, organic matter, and so on. This tool, all this together, can support real decision by authorities, of course, they care about that, aquaculture operators, citizens, linking the physics directly to ecosystem services and to the society. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
You have questions, eh? Okay, good. Go ahead.
Very short one. You should reject or confirm my suspicion. Is your idea model related to osmosis? No. Okay.
We don't have it good then. Maybe later.
Okay, so we will talk anyway. The second question maybe also will be important for how all these models have been coupled together in the first part of the North Aegean.
North Aegean, you know, it comes atmospheric.
Yeah, but how? Or how they were coupled? It's a probably in the code level?
Yeah. It's in the code. You know, there is a link. They online run. It's not just one runs and after what the other one. So the information comes from the first atmospheric, to hydrodynamic. Hydrodynamic information goes to and this information also from there that you describe also where the phytoplankton goes, where the spring goes, and so on, for the physics in order to go there. All of them they work together. All of them they work together. Real time. And also imagine it's also the resolution, the grid that you have. It's not only that. Very heavy. More questions? That's all. Oh, yes, I'm coming.
Thank you very much.
Questions, but they are technical. They are technical. They are technical ones. Yeah, but they're quite.
Quite technical one. Okay, the question: who are in your IBM model? You took only 2 species as the fish, not really the whole. Why?
You don't know. Not even the fishermen can give you the information what they go.
Clear enough. Fair
Mackerel is the one that I would like to model. I can model the growth, but the fishermen don't know. They say that for a certain period, they go, the mackerel puts the hand on the bottom, and they're waiting till to go, as they say, it can be improved and so on, for the reproduction. What can I do about this? If you don't get the information, really what is happening in the model, from the fish and people they are doing it themselves, you cannot make a model.
Have you tried to get at least some kind of assessment whether your model was, the movement model are doing the right thing? Kind of a,
Miserable now, it's very technical. What I saw you say, they're doing all together. Yes, they are doing all together. But do you know how many tries before go to that and then try and get them?
So it's field data coming from fisheries areas?
Yes, but it's not that not the thing. Now this is going to come out for rationally, mine when it goes every day. Where schools, what is that day? And also the professor and the that's the best.
Okay, so we're more lucky in the Baltic because we have ISIS. So that's really makes it's a game changer. That's great. The second thing is a little bit regarding the problem of the plastic trash. So we did it maybe more like a comment, because we did a survey all around the Baltic coast, except Russia, because we haven't got there. And we got a quite striking figures. The most deciding thing is whether the country is using the deposit system for the plastic bottle. We have only one country around from the European Union around the Baltic that doesn't use the deposit system in Poland. So this is absolutely outlier for everything.
Thinking about recycling bottles, how much we recycle? 5%. That's all. Can you imagine this one? 5% of plastic bottles. The other thing that I don't like, that comes also from clay. I don't think that has been changed. Probably no more that buy recycled plastic is more expensive than to buy new. More expensive. So everybody likes to buy new one. So it's another thing. And the other thing that I'd like to mention too is the question about plastics, the microplastics. The information that we have for microplastics to do what? It's an open question. Because the only thing that I mentioned before, filtering in water treatment plants. Big deal. Microplastics, if you consider what is happening, plastic bags, or whatever comes into the system, why it comes into plastic. Tires. Huh? Tires. Oh my God. No, you mentioned something new. Everybody, they know now that we have microplastics in our blood. It's not the one that we mentioned from the sea, it's actually from the tires. Brake, you have microplastics that come from tires and breathe. This one goes from that. So now they know that we are full of microplastics. So what is the effect of microplastics in our health? I don't know. But that's a very serious. Finished? Can I go back?
Thank you very much, all our speakers and our moderators. We continue with the third session of our conference, Infrastructure and Nature-Based Solution for Disaster Reduction and Climate Change Adaptation with Local Knowledge and Cultural Practices. I would like to invite the two chairs of the session, Professor Agnès Senderinier from Klaipėda University and Professor Bejan Penezik from University of Jadar. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Before the lunch, we will start with the first invited keynote lecturer. So be patient, and it's a very interesting topic related to this section. And I would like to introduce Professor Viola Poppa. He's an associate professor in the Reinforced Concrete Department at UTCB and is widely regarded as the central figure in shaping Romania's seismic safety regulations. He coordinated the development of the Romanian Seismic Design Code P100, the Seismic Assessment Code, and the National Annex to Eurocode 8. His experimental research on concrete and masonry structures, combined with practical involvement in major Bucharest projects, including the National Stadium, relating to this World Championship with football, interesting, and Global World Tower, place him in a unique position to address the both theory and the practice of seismic resilience. So it's a great pleasure to invite Professor Viola Poppa. So Professor Poppa, please welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation. So I will try to present today some challenges that we are facing in seismic risk management in Romania. It's related to, let's say, the regulatory framework, retrofitting challenges, and also environmental issues. Romania, it's an earthquake-prone country. Here is a list of the earthquakes that we faced in the last century. The most important one being in 1977. That caused the collapse of more than 31 buildings and more than 1,500 casualties. And the economic losses were over $2 billion at that time, more than 6% of the national GDP. These events offered the chance to trigger the development of the regulatory framework for seismic risk, and that began quite early in the 1940s with the first instructions for seismic design rules. And then the first national standard or national code in 1963. That code was mandatory at the time. It's also quite early in the world. And then this code was subsequently revised after the 1977 earthquake that I talked about. And then following revised in 1992, and after the adhesion to European Union, it was rewritten in accordance with Eurocodes. These normative documents have a direct impact on the building stock, and they produce effects on the vulnerability of the building stock. And you can see here the building stock in million square meters that was erected before the earthquake in 1977, and then after that earthquake. And we judge, of course, the seismic vulnerability depending on the applied regulatory framework at the time of construction. And you can see that most of the building stock, it's built before, let's say, the revision of the code in 1980. This regulatory framework for seismic risk was subsequently adapted. In the 90s, we had the first law for seismic risk protection. And now in 2022, we have the second law for seismic risk protection, which offers this approach, multi-layer approach. The first part, it's referring to the entire building stock. Here it's a part that is referring to, let's say, a building by building approach. And this layer is referring to the post-earthquake inspection, again for the damaged buildings after the earthquake. So these are preventive measures, and here is the reaction measure. I will talk a little bit about some of these regulations. These are mandatory regulations in Romania, so anyone can practice, but should use these regulations that are enforced by the law through the support of the Romanian government. I start with the last one, with the post-earthquake inspection, which is, of course, can be used in national emergency situations triggered by a strong earthquake. The participation of the inspectors is compulsory. In that situation, I should say that it's a street level and simple inspection, so street level inspection with a basic preparation of the inspectors, and it's quick and rather inexpensive. What I would say more that this post-earthquake inspection is for sure ready for partial automation with drone inspections, satellite imagery, and some AI image analysis. The scope of this inspection is just to rank the buildings in these three categories: full access, limited access, or restricted access after a strong earthquake. The second regulation that I will briefly present here is the rapid visual screening. This is before the earthquake and is referring to the entire building stock. The idea is to make a ranking of the buildings based on their seismic vulnerability. Also using very simple street level inspection with a basic preparation of the inspectors. Should be quick and cheap, quick and inexpensive. We estimate like 40 euros the inspection for a single family building, maybe 120 euros for a multi-family building or a block of flats. This procedure is written in such a manner that it is ready for full automation. That means that in the near future we should be able to perform it just using drone inspection, satellite imagery, and AI image analysis, and some coordination from let's say a management center, but not with a real strict inspection with the inspectors deployed there. And now we are coming to what it's considered to be the regular seismic assessment that is done in detail, building by building. This is also a pre-earthquake measure. It's a prevention measure, but it needs specialized engineers, advanced structural analysis tools. It's time-consuming and it's quite expensive. I list here just for an average building, let's say something like 400 euros per single family building or 4,000 euro for a multi-family building. Cannot be fully automated now, but some automation can be included, can be used, including using AI in the near future. The last regulation, it's a guide for integrated intervention. This is quite a new subject, even in European Union, let's say maybe, I don't know, I think less than 10 years. The idea is to, when you rehabilitate a building, to address 2 or more fundamental requirements as specified by the EU regulation 305 from 2011. That means to address some of all the issues that needs to be resolved when you make the intervention works. And we are focusing mainly on the benefits of integrated seismic retrofitting and energy renovation. Yeah. That means what are the benefits, expected benefits for integrated intervention, simultaneous construction works, optimized investments, of course, reduced time for construction works, increases resilience, durability, sustainability, you will see in the next slides, and long-term economic, environmental, and social benefits. So the idea now is to try to address as much as we can in a single intervention project. And this is a regulation that is published by the government explicitly to incentivize this type of intervention and to try to avoid the dissociation of the fundamental qualities, requirements of the project. And you will see now why integrated intervention is required. And here is a picture of the building stock. This is the entire building stock with, I don't know, blue color. Inside, this is what we consider to be the energy vulnerable building stock that needs to be upgraded from the energy point of view. And here is what we consider to be the seismic vulnerable building stock, so the buildings that needs seismic upgrading. And you see that, in fact, most of the buildings have both problems to be addressed, energy renovation and seismic retrofitting. In fact, maybe energy renovation, energy retrofitting and functional and aesthetic upgrades are the informal incentives for seismic retrofitting. So in many situations, owners, being private or public institutions, choose seismic retrofitting, but mainly wants to benefit from energy renovation and functional and aesthetic upgrade. And you will see that in most projects that are triggered by seismic retrofitting, the general costs are distributed equally, finally, between the three subjects. So 30% for seismic retrofitting, around 32% for energy renovation, and the rest, which is the biggest part, for functional and aesthetic upgrade. And here are the costs that we observed in several projects that we analyzed. Here are 30 buildings that were done in public investment programs. The average cost for the base investment for rehabilitation, as I said, seismic retrofitting, energy renovation, and aesthetic upgrade, it's around 1,300 euro. And you will see that this cost varies a little bit depending on how strong are the interventions. And I will compare this with the cost for developing new buildings with similar performance. It's around $2,100. But you see that if we are going to integrated interventions with building additions, renewable energy solutions, and mechanical ventilation, we can go higher to 1,700 euros even in rehabilitation programs. So quite close to the cost for new buildings. Regarding the seismic retrofit challenges, here is a short list, I would say. First of all, it's the problem of risk, seismic risk information that is not really available. And this is a problem not only in Romania, but throughout Europe. There is no, let's say, general view regarding the seismic risk of the existing building stock. There, of course, we have data gaps regarding this building stock. The second one is the low risk awareness. So population really doesn't perceive the seismic risk entirely, and that is of course, a cause for limited demand for seismic assessment and retrofit. Another issue is the fragmented ownership, even in the case that population or the owners are aware of the seismic risk. Many multifamily condominiums are owned by different owners, so each owner has an apartment, unit, and it's difficult to get to a common decision regarding the retrofitting, and it's difficult to advance with promoting such projects in existing condominiums. And then we are moving to the limited technical and institutional capacities, mostly shortage of qualified personnel, engineer, architects, technical staff for administrative resources. Another problem is the slow implementation process. These construction works are quite heavy and take a lot of time and needs relocation of the owners, and that, of course, is not desired by them. And then I am coming to funding constraints. It's a problem of money, of course, but I wouldn't put this always in front, because in Romania, from the 1990s, there are public funds available for retrofitting, even in private condominiums, but the retrofitting programs are going quite well, quite slow, because of the low desire of the owners. Then weak investment incentives. I would say low value uplift for post-retrofit buildings, low commercial returns, and some urban planning constraints that are also important in rehabilitation of the existing building stock. Regarding the strategies that we are using in the seismic risk reduction, of course, we are focusing on this proactive retrofitting. We should be prepared for the next earthquake. We should retrofit before the earthquake. This strategy has the chance to save lives and reduce damage, and generate lower long-term costs, and also provide the framework for to maintain the functionality of the building stock. And this is very important, especially in Romania, where I would say that more than 60% of the territory is affected by a single can be affected by a single earthquake. For proactive retrofitting, of course, we need upfront investment, and we need to heavily disrupt occupancy during this. Then we have the reactive retrofitting. That means that we are retrofitting the buildings that are damaged by the earthquake. So we wait for the earthquake, and then we see what are the buildings that actually sustain damage, and then we retrofit them. Of course, in this way, we cannot prevent collapses, we cannot prevent loss of lives. And this experience of previous earthquakes worldwide shows that these trigger higher overall economic losses. And the third strategy is to replace the existing vulnerable buildings. Of course, this generates the highest safety level, meets the new buildings, meets the modern standards, and we expect in this situation better long-term performance. But presumably we have the highest costs. We for sure alter the urban fabric, the community's identity, and if applicable, the heritage values. The problem with the retrofitting, with the seismic retrofitting, is that usually in these old buildings, a new lateral force resisting system needs to be installed. That means heavy works, installation of concrete walls, jacketing of masonry walls, jacketing of foundation or columns and beams. And you can see in these pictures how difficult such works are, and what can we save from the existing building. We heavy use concrete and steel in this rehabilitation, and concrete and steel are not so environmentally friendly materials. So actually cement, for example, the cement industry accounts for approximately 7 to 8% of the global CO2 emissions. So it's an issue with using concrete, and also it's an issue with using steel. So now we are considering not only the problem of the costs, but also the problem of the CO2 emissions, and I will talk a little bit about that in the following slides. For example, for proactive retrofitting, that means retrofitting that is being done before the earthquake, we can count more on the use of the existing structure because that structure is not yet damaged. So let's say we can use, let's say, 75% of the lateral strength of the existing structure. And also, usually we go to a lower strength target for the retrofitted buildings. Let's say about 65% of the one for the new buildings. And you can see in these, using these assumptions, that the specific CO2 emissions for a square meter of buildings, so this is for a square meter of building, for proactive retrofitting, it varies depending on the ground accelerations or seismicity of the site and on the number of story of the building, from, let's say, 6 to almost 30 kilograms per square meter. Of course, we will compare this with other values in the next slides. If we do reactive retrofitting, that means that we retrofit after the earthquake. Then we cannot count anymore on the existing structure. We just use 15% of the lateral strength of the existing structure because that it's already damaged. And because we make more intrusive intervention works, we go to up to 85% of the lateral strength required for the new buildings. So we go higher with the, let's say, seismic safety. And then the specific CO2 emissions go also higher, varying from 25, 30 kilograms per square meters to almost 100 kilograms per square meter, depending on the seismicity of the site and the height of the building. As I said, these seismic retrofitting are always done now with works for energy renovation and aesthetic upgrade. I am focusing now a little bit on energy renovation, also because of the ownership structure in condominiums. Usually these energy renovation solutions in Romania are quite standardized, I would say. So the same solutions apply to many buildings, mainly with interventions from the exterior, not working inside the buildings, because working inside the buildings require agreement from all the owners, and that is more difficult to obtain. So usually it's done from the outside. You can see the type of the works that is being done. Usually, of course, it's EPS cladding, it's new glazing, and I don't know, maybe roof upgrade. And for 10 apartment buildings in Bucharest, we calculated based on real case projects, yes, based on real case project, we calculated the expected CO2 emissions regarding the construction works for energy retrofitting. So it's about the construction works for energy retrofitting. And you can see that these values vary from 35 kilograms per square meter to 70 kilograms per square meter. Let's say, higher structures, it's less than in lower structures because of the effects on the total material consumption given by the intervention to the roof and to the floor over the basement. Yeah. And if you compare, you can see some, let's say, rough average values that can be estimated in average conditions, so it's not specific for a given project, but you've seen that these are average values for some several projects. You can see this is energy renovation from 40 to 60, and proactive seismic retrofitting for, let's say, this is for an average ground acceleration. That means every seismicity of the site from 8 to 50, and then reactive retrofitting from 36 to 47. I would say that these high values from energy renovations comes usually from glazing. Yeah, that means removing and replacing all the windows and doors, exterior. And here it's a decision that we have to make now, how we make the investment decision. For example, this is an old student's dormitory that needs, of course, upgrading, and we can make proactive retrofitting and full refurbishment, or we can decide on the replacement. In today's costs, the cost for both sections is almost the same. It's roughly the same. It's to make this full rehabilitation of the building, including seismic retrofitting, energy renovation, and full upgrade, costs as much as replacing the building entirely. But regarding the emissions, of course, the situation is quite different, because if we keep the existing building, we keep a lot of the elements still there. For example, the slabs, the concrete slabs that bring a lot of emissions into the projects are preserved, and you can see the difference in the calculated emissions from 100 to what we expect in case of replacement 400. So it's, let's say, 4 times more, 4 times friendlier to the environment than replacement. And now just a little bit, I will talk about how difficult it is to estimate the CO2 footprint for rehabilitation of the building sector in seismic conditions, because earthquake has an impact on the buildings. Earthquake, you've seen that is damaging buildings. Earthquake, it's likely to affect the renovation works that were done previously, especially if buildings are upgraded only from the energy point of view. That means that an upgraded building from the energy point of view can sustain severe earthquake damage, and after the earthquake, all the benefits of the energy renovation can be lost. But to do such an assessment, we need relevant data on the building inventory on long term. We should know how the building inventory is going to change in time, and that means to start from the population prediction for long-term population prediction, and to see how, for example, how are the trends between rural and urban use of the buildings and so on. We need data on the building's vulnerability. We need to define what are the seismic vulnerable buildings at the level of the building stock. Of course, we are not talking about building by building approach, but an approach suitable for the entire building stock. What are the energy vulnerable buildings? We need to assess, and you've seen some examples here, the specific CO2 footprint for construction works. That means new buildings, energy retrofitting or seismic retrofitting. We need to consider also the CO2 footprint for energy production, because we always should take into consideration the operational CO2 footprint, in Romania, especially for heating. And we need to consider what investment programs can be developed on long term, because these will affect the existing building stock. And of course, we need to think about what is an earthquake scenario. Yes, how strong an earthquake can be, what are the damages that the earthquake will how we will account for the loss of energy renovation benefits, how we will account for the delay in energy renovation programs that will be caused by the occurrence of a strong earthquake. And we made some calculations on this respect based on the on the building stock in Romania, and also based on the characteristics of the buildings. And you can see here that 4 scenarios that are presented here regarding the cumulated CO2 emissions, that means cumulated over the years, starting from 2025 to 2050. And first scenario up here, it's no action it's implemented. So the CO2, cumulated CO2, it's increasing steadily from 2025 to 2050. And then we have the second scenario. We are just doing energy renovation, as you've seen in the picture, and nothing else. And you can see that, of course, there is a reduction in the accumulated CO2 emissions. And then we are considering what are the benefits of fuel mix renovation. Yeah, and you can see better, let's say, decrease of the accumulated CO2 emissions. And the next scenario is implementing both fuel mix renovation and energy renovation of the building stock. And that is moving the CO2 footprint from 628 megatons to 352. I would say that this is considering heating, so operational, and construction works. Yes, construction works for, of course, energy renovation in these scenarios. And here is the same evaluation, but this time is done considering the occurrence of an earthquake in let's say, two scenarios in 2030 and 2040. It's an earthquake that we characterized by the mean return interval of 1,000 years. And you can see the effect of the earthquake, that actually the earthquake it's have the effect of increasing the accumulated CO2 footprint. From this analysis, we draw some conclusions. First of all, that building operation and mainly heating is the dominant source of CO2 emissions over the building life cycle. So it's very important to move on with the decarbonization of the fuel mix for the largest reduction in the cumulative emissions. The embodied emissions of CO2 for energy renovation and seismic retrofitting is small. It's really small in comparison with operational emissions. So we say that these interventions, these construction works, are environmentally justified, as their carbon cost is offset by long-term benefits. Of course, a major earthquake can significantly increase the cumulative emissions through building damage, reconstruction activities, reactive retrofitting, and the loss of previously gained energy efficiency. Energy efficiency programs should be integrated with seismic retrofitting programs if we are talking about earthquake-prone regions. And I would say also that long-term investment strategies should consider also demographic evolution, building stock, aging, seismic risk, and available public budgets. And the last slide, it's about the involvement of the University of UTCB in the public policy for seismic resilience. I've showed you the list of the technical regulations that we developed, let's say in the last, I don't know, maybe 6 to 7 years, that have a direct impact on the building stock in Romania. But I would say that we have other means to improve this seismic resilience. First of all, it's university study programs, because with these study programs we prepare the engineers that actually are solving these problems for the society. We are working together with the public authorities and giving them advice when required. We are also involved in what is called public education, general public education, and as well important continuous education for engineers with, let's say, a final goal to improve the seismic resilience of the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Popa. Now opening discussion, any question? It's a very interesting topic, so I'm sure that will be a question. So, no questions, no, before the lunch. Oh, sorry. Would you like more? Mike?
I would say that the engineers have the right tools to make safe buildings with the existing technical regulations system, even if in Greece. So the only problem is the quality assurance in construction. So that means to build according to the regulations.
Okay,
so height is not a problem. Hopefully, we are not talking about, anyway, for new buildings, we shouldn't be talking anymore about collapse. So, let's say that collapse, seismic collapse of the new buildings is somehow solved as long as the buildings are being built according to the quality assurance system. If we need space for the tall structures, for the tall buildings, that is more related to the urban requirements than to the engineering requirements.
Okay, thank you. Vera, you have the question? No? Some more question? I think you mentioned that concrete and the steel produce lots of CO2, but is there any other solution for concrete and the steel in this moment? How to build the buildings without concrete and the steel? Even talking about this is not sustainable.
Yes. Steel and concrete, I think, provides now the most effective economic solutions for structural systems. This is the issue. Of course, other solutions can be implemented, but not so many. So if we are talking about economic sustainable solutions, maybe we are talking about timber, steel, concrete, and masonry. I think I'm not forgetting anything, which are the, let's say, cheapest materials for structural systems. With advantages and disadvantages for all of them, even from the environmental point of view. So there is no single solution that will cover everything.
Thank you. I'm not expert in this field, so it's a quite practical question.
Thank you.
If no more questions, so thank you, Professor Popa, once again, and I hope that we have 1 hour for lunch. to keep in time, but it's your.
Thank you very much. Before we continue for our lunch, I would like to invite all our participants on the stage for a conference group photo to have and remember.
So welcome back after the lunch break. I hope you will not be very lazy and you will still have power to listen to 6-hour short talk presenters. And I would like to invite the first one, Piris Panagi, who is a PhD student in the joint doctoral program between Frederiks University and the University of Rostock. And his research, multi-layered digital twin for sustainable coastal built environment, examines how advanced digital twin technologies can integrate multiple data layers to improve energy efficiency, environmental performance, and the resilience of built environments in coastal regions. And I think he will present a part of this project, and please welcome Piris Panagi.
So hello everyone, thank you for the kind introduction. Yeah, so my project focuses on digital twins about predicting the impact of flooding as part of cascading events on critical infrastructure using digital twins and machine learning. But today I will focus more on the part about cascading events and how they interact with each other to lead to flooding. And the first question I always like to answer is, why do we care about flooding? And of course, flooding is a huge issue in the European Union, in Europe, and in the world in general. And in the past 30 years, floods in Europe have affected more than 5 million people. In the same time, floods caused more than 170 billion euros in economic damage, and the economic damage and, of course, the affected people are expected to increase. And to be more specific, under a high emission scenario, the economic damage yearly is expected to be 1 trillion euros by 2100. And usually we view flooding as an isolated event, something that just happens. But this has a number of issues. Because flooding usually is a part of more events happening leading to flooding. We will talk about this more later. And this could lead to less accurate forecasting, or we could fail to predict it long term, which could lead to limited mitigation planning. And I will first explain what are the cascading environmental events we are going to talk about. And I will start with an example that doesn't have to do with flooding necessarily. And let's say we have a primary event. This could be an earthquake, for example, as we talked about before. And this can lead to some secondary hazards, like a tsunami or maybe to landslides. And both the secondary hazard and the primary hazard can have some effect on critical infrastructure. And this is what we're trying to digitalize right now. So we went through the literature to basically identifying different cascade events leading to flooding. And we looked through literature from 2020 onwards, and we saw a number of different works. And then different cascade environmental events leading to flooding could be rainstorms, landslides, of course the combination of the two, the rise of the sea level. And this is actually what I found more interesting. The combination of dry conditions, rain, and wildfires can also lead to flooding. Of course, we will see them in more detail later on. And starting with rainstorms, here we can see the case of Storm Daniel. I think it's quite known to the Greek audience, which of course caused a huge catastrophe in Greece. And there we had extreme storms, of course, causing both flooding and mass wasting. We had landslides, rainfall, and erosion, which maybe is to be expected. And this, of course, caused quite a damage to critical infrastructure like the water network and, of course, the transportation network. And big issues, for example, when we have bridges being damaged and isolating coastal environments, to the rest of the country, for example. Then we have landslides, and landslides, of course, can create natural dams, and dam breaching could create extreme water flow. So, for example, we can have a landslide here. It can block the flow of the river, overflow the river, and when the dam is being breached, this could lead to extreme water flow, which could damage the communities near the river. And next, of course, we have the rise of the sea level, which again can lead to both flooding, storm surges, coastal erosion, which of course can then lead again to flooding and saltwater intrusion into groundwater. And of course this can create again risks to coastal communities, and we can see that because of global warming, the sea level rises as years go by. And the final, let's say, scenario I have in my presentation is the combination of dry conditions and wildfire, which I found quite interesting. So here we have an example from California in 2017 and 2018, where we had a case of extreme drought. So everything was dry, and then we had extreme rain, which led to extreme vegetation growth. And after new dry periods, that vegetation basically turned it into fuel, which led to extreme wildfires. And after new periods of extreme rainfall, there was no vegetation and no trees to basically stop the water flow, so that led to damage from debris, flowing and flooding. And of course, all those scenarios can have an impact on a number of different, number of critical infrastructures. I will not go into detail, but we can have damage to energy infrastructure, which of course is a problem for both the coastal communities we're focusing on, and also of course the rest of the country, for example, ports, transportation networks, as I said before, bridges is something we're thinking on focusing on, the water network, and of course health infrastructure. And the next steps for our work and for our project is we would like to focus first on a data science approach to identify cascade events. So, for example, extract different news articles about different environmental events, and then basically connect the primary events with the secondary events, which could be flooding, which could lead to both insights for different cascade events, but also provide us with data to validate our models and our digital twin approach. And then, of course, develop our digital twin solution, which will integrate machine learning and environmental sensors and Internet of Things. And of course, the final target is to provide stakeholders with mitigation techniques. So concluding, flooding is often a part of interconnected environmental events, as we saw, and we believe that predicting the primary hazards could allow for earlier and more accurate prediction of flooding. This could allow us to mitigate the effect on critical infrastructure in order to create more sustainable and resilient urban coastal communities. This is the literature we went through, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Paris. And maybe there are questions from the audience on such relevant topic. Do we have any? So I will ask, what strategies can help to reduce the likelihood of cascading events? What do you think?
One approach, of course, is to identify the parts of the coastal communities that are more likely to get flooded, and of course avoid having any critical infrastructure in those parts of the coastal community. But of course, in the cases that we already have critical infrastructure, we will have to see from, I guess, a more engineering approach how we can make those critical infrastructures more resilient to the flooding events and, of course, other environmental hazards.
Okay, so we have a question from another side.
That's an excellent question because we are very early on the PhD project. I am on my first year. But thankfully, I had the opportunity to join a spring school recently that was organized by a company in the University of Kaunas, and we focused on different tools helping us create more easily some digital twins framework, some ready-made tools like from companies like Bentley. So this could be an approach to develop the digital twin easier, let's say, and focus more on the predicting part than the machine learning part. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you once again. And now we have two connected lectures, two connected speeches. So I will ask you to spare your questions for after the second presentation to ask it all together. And the first presentation is Twinning Ecologies, representing in the interdependence across more than human authors in coastal landscape digital twin. And presenters are Emily Keane, is a research assistant at the Sabre Research Center, working on the Kapla Trap project, okay, sorry for pronunciation, a graduate of the Harvard Graduate School of Design, where she also served as a research and teaching assistant. In 2025, she received the ASLA Award of Excellence for her project Revetting Grossbeeren, I think it's okay. And with her, Emily Shakespeare from SCTU University also will present together. So please.
Thank you very much. Hi, yes, my name's Emily Shakespeare with my colleague Emily Kim, so you get two Emilys for the price of one. And we're also going to test your attention span today because we're going to do two presentations back to back. This is all part of one project, but it's two elements to it. So essentially we're looking at the interdisciplinary working in practice of how we're getting through it, the opportunities that come from that, but also the challenges that it throws up, because there are some difficulties in translating the work Emily and I do to a model, okay? So the project we're talking about is called Cúpla Trá. It is, which means twin beach in Irish. And the two elements of this project are landscape biography, and also we're creating a landscape digital twin of a coastal area in Southeast Ireland. And we'll show you how we work together and what we do and the technical challenges it throws up. Because essentially, as we know, a digital twin is usually applied to a building or a piece of engineering, an engine. But what we're doing is innovative because we're applying it to a landscape. So a constantly changing landscape and how that works. And that, by doing this project, it's allowed us to kind of explore the conceptual theory behind all this as well. You know, how we experience landscape, how we represent it, and also the way Emily and I work is we're looking at a deep ecology. So old theory of deep ecology, which in essence means that everything is interconnected and we're all equal, humans and non-humans, kind of all equal working together. This is the area that we're looking at. It's called Tramore, Southeast Ireland, just near Waterford, near SCTU. And you can see this challenge straight away in creating a digital twin or digital replica or model of this area. Because it's a Natura 2000 site, it consists of constantly evolving and changing sand dunes and also a back estuary. And the reason we're doing this is to enable protection or conservation of this area. As we know, that most areas, coastal areas, are at risk of erosion, sea level change, extreme weather events that we're all experiencing at the moment. So this is why we're doing. We're funded by the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, so that is the ethos behind it, that we're creating this model for people to be able to understand the changes, community and policymakers, to understand the changes of what could happen. So the first element of the project is landscape biography. I'm not going to concentrate on this very much, but in a nutshell, landscape biography is the who of a landscape. So rather than having an anonymous landscape, it's who's changed it, how it changes us, and how we have created this particular landscape. Traditionally, it has concentrated on human authors, but with this project, again, we're pushing these boundaries and we're looking at more than human, which in itself is challenging because, of course, they don't have a voice. So how do we represent that? And important in terms of landscape biography and also with the digital twin, we're looking at the past, present, and also the future of the landscape, these what-if scenarios of what may happen if our climate continues, if we continue to use our landscape how we do, what will happen. I'll pass you over to Emily.
So if a landscape biography asks who and what has authored a landscape over time, then on a site with predominantly no human occupation, the principal authors cannot be human, as Emily has said. Drawing on deep ecology and Ness's argument that organisms are best understood not as discrete units, but through their relationships, this project shifts attention towards the ecological actors that shape and maintain this environment. The authors of the landscape then become the flora, fauna, geological forces, and weather that continually make and remake the dunes and intertidal lagoon. But what do you do? Well, what do you include and what gets left out? An ecosystem is not a finite list, and though we are building towards a digital twin, it is neither computationally possible nor useful to attempt to represent every individual author. Instead, we identified a select set of flora and fauna critical to the formation and persistence of the system, defined partly by the Natura 2000 codes attached to the site's designation. The next challenge is that of representation. How do you show these actors and their relationships to one another? The conventional answer is something like this, a food pyramid. It is legible and familiar, but it arranges life as a hierarchy and doesn't show how independent organisms act together in this unique and sensitive system. So what we're working towards looks something more like this. It is more expansive, oriented around first naming and organizing the authors of the landscape. Once organized, we can then bring to represent these actors and authors through a web of interdependence rather than a ladder of consumption. When we do so, we begin to see new relationships between authors in the landscape.
So then what is true representation? This is a digital twin. So we're meant to include everything, but we're finding, this is the first challenge we're finding, one of the first, but a significant challenge we're finding is what to include, as Emily says. And we can't include anything. So when you look at the conceptual theory behind this as well, so there's just a few references here, which I think actually are kind of applicable to no matter what discipline you're in. George Louis Borges on Inexactitude in Science. So it's a very, very short story, just one paragraph, but it's about an empire that wants to create a one-to-one map. And of course, that just collapses the whole physical empire and reduces it to rubble. So I recommend that you read that. And Donna Haraway, Situated Knowledges, again, applicable to all your disciplines. She comes at it from a feminist point of view. She just initially looked at science. But she's saying everything, every knowledge, everything we look at has a situation. You can't include it all. It's always going to be a fragment of whatever discipline you're in. So that's very important. And then bias. J.B. Harley, in terms of cartography, we know cartography has got bias. Whoever created those maps might have a military point of view, an empirical type of point of view in maps. But we're exploring that in terms of digital twin. There is always a bias. And again, with all your disciplines, you should be reflexive and think inside, where is my bias when I'm creating this? Now, in terms of digital twin, it's usually who holds the purse of that, who's going to be a particular bias. You're going to see more of the model in a minute with Sinead and Robin. This is just an aerial view of the model. And it's just to show you on a practical point of view what Emily was saying, what would be visible in this model if we created everything. This is only a fraction of what what we should include, but we have to be very selective about what to include. And you can imagine what this would look like with all these icons if we included every single insect, flora, fauna, mammal, everything. It would just be overloaded. So we have to be careful about what we choose to put in. Legibility for whom? We always need to think about who we're doing this for. We're doing this for planners, for local authorities, so they're able to make better decisions about this landscape at risk. The local community. So I said that these presentations are interdisciplinary, but they're also transdisciplinary, in that we're getting information from them and then we're giving information back. So it's outside the conventional academic sphere. And also conservation organizations. So we need to make sure it's truly interactive and easy to use and accessible. Okay, so we're going to pass you over to Robin and Sinead now. Keep your seats, and they're going to show the model itself and that side of things. Thank you.
Okay. So I would like to present next our presenters. So Sinead Barnett is a research assistant at the Sabre Research Center, working on Cupola Tree project, and she will give her speech together with Robin Stubbs.
Thank you very much, and thanks Emily and Emily. So my name is Robin Stubbs, and I'm the PI here along with Emily on the Cupola Tree project. I suppose the guys gave us a great introduction there. As with most research projects, you know, there's always the how and the why. So I think the guys clearly identified there why we're doing this, you know, or why the project is important. Myself and Sinead are maybe going to focus on more and how you actually do it. And that's why I actually asked the previous speaker a certain question there about digital twins and so on, because it is quite challenging in terms of trying to develop a framework or a platform for such a thing. And this kind of goes back to our initial keynote speaker this morning, where we talked about data. And we've never been more awash with data in terms of how we can actually incorporate it. I think she hit the nail on the head, Christina, when she said, you know, not all data is knowledge. Okay, I think that's a big challenge for us in terms of when we're trying to use this through a digital twin platform to turn that knowledge, if you like, into insight for the stakeholders. So this is our attempt at how we're actually trying to do it. So one of the first technical data or technical challenges we face was that, and it's the multiplicity of data sets that we actually have. So in Ireland, a lot of our data sources are open source in that we can obtain them from all our different government agencies and so on like that. But that only tells part of the story. Not only do you have multiple data sets, but you also then have things like GDPR, which is privacy issues. But there's also then the problem, if you like, with the security of that data and the integrity of that data. So we had to do a deep trawl through nearly 300 different data sets relating to that area, and we had to make conscientious decisions of what was going to be improved or included and what was not. Part of the technical challenge with that is that they'll come in many different file formats and so on. So when we build our digital twin, it's something that we have to be acutely aware of. Now, Emily alluded to it there previously in terms of what a digital twin is. To many, it's just a 3D model. Okay, obviously we've only 10 minutes. I'm not going to get into the in-depth intricacies of what a digital twin is and so on. But for the layperson, shall we say, we describe it as an intelligent, bi-directional 3D platform. So the 3D model, if you like, is the absolute base, and then it's only as good as the information that's put into it, but also the information that it feeds back. When you're dealing with something like this, though, there are certain, again, challenges you have to face. You know, there's the user expectations, and then there's the technical constraints of what you can actually do. A lot of the case in our situation as well is that we want this information to engage with the stakeholder. So when we do something in the model, it can't be simply just a GIS overlay or something like that. The user has to be able to go in and interrogate that information. So just to give you a sample there, when we're looking at things like landscape geometry, we're going to do it as a simple terrain mesh. But if we're doing something like climate change scenarios and stuff like that, we're going to actually gamify the data. In that way, we believe then that people, when they look at this and they engage with it, it actually has more meaning to it. So I should have prefaced this as well by saying the digital twin is actually related to people via an immersive cave, where you actually get to stand into a cave and you get to interact with the environment and so on. So all these data sets that are there, people actually get to see and play with them in reality. It's essentially the gamification of data. Now, one of the such tools we had, and this is one of our challenges, I suppose, when we originally kind of pitched to do the project, we were simply going to fly drones over and get area photogrammetry and do a lovely 3D model. However, if anybody knows the area, and hopefully when you guys actually come to SETU, you'll be able to avail of it. There's an airport right on site that's going under massive renovation at the moment. It's going to be reopened to commercial flights and so on. So that grounded all our drones. We weren't allowed to drive over it and so on, or fly over the area. So in the absence of that, we widened our community. We got our students involved at undergrad level, and they physically went out and actually surveyed the terrain, which was quite interesting. And for a long time, we used to suggest that it was the most accurately surveyed sand dune system in the world until the next high tide or the next wind blows, because the sands were constantly shifting and so on like that as well. But through obtaining data from all these various sources, we were able to build out our models and so on like that. And what you'll see, and Sinead will go into it in far more deeper detail now in a moment, is by bringing all these technologies together, bringing all these data sets and using a platform that's not vendor locked. And that's again why I asked the previous speaker there, one of the key things about a digital twin is about who owns the data, and you can't get locked into it. So we had to build it from scratch. So we've built our own bespoke digital twin platform that is both photorealistic but yet data rich in terms of content. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague Sinead, who's going to go into far greater detail in how we actually did that for certain aspects of the model. Sinead.
Thank you, Robin. So the next data types for displaying it within the digital twin is the spatial data layers. So these are much more simpler to visualize within the digital twin. For these data sets, we've been using data sets provided from the Environmental Protection Agency in Ireland. For example, in this slide, we have the subsoils data set from the EPA displayed in QGIS. And as you can see, there's different colors around the landscape, and these can then be exported as an image that can be brought into the game engine Unity, which the digital twin is being developed in. And this can be created as a texture map overlay. So when the user is interacting with the digital twin, they have buttons that they can interact with, and they can display different data sets such as the sublayers, the subsoils, or bedrock, geology, and so on. And also as the spatial data layers, we're able to bring in historical maps. So this is a historical map of the Tremor sand dunes in 1840, and this texture overlay is placed onto the terrain of the survey data that we gathered and created the terrain mesh. So it's interesting to see how the sand dunes have shifted over time with this overlay placed onto the present day sand dunes. So we can see that they have shifted more southeasterly. And then we can see this again for the 1900s map, that it has shifted even just a little bit more. And we can also see where the land has, where the sea has reclaimed some of the land within the region. And for creating the ecological actors, as my colleagues have mentioned, there's so much to include that we've had to condense this list down. And we had a consultant ecologist, and we asked him to create a list that was more condensed and what he deemed necessary to include within the digital twin. So we wanted the goal to be that these assets are interactable and informative within the digital twin. So here we have a spindle plant within the digital twin that the users can walk up to and interact with, and they can get more information about the plant. And it's similar to the mammals then. So we have a condensed list for the mammals, and these are interactable as well within the digital twin. They can get more information about these mammals, their locations, and this also moves on to the bird migration patterns. So at the moment, we're implementing the bird migration patterns, such as the Brent geese. These migrate from Canada and Greenland to Ireland during the winter months. And in the digital twin, these birds will be interactable to the user, and you can learn more information about them. And these will only appear in the digital twin during the times of their migration. But we're also going to add in the option that you can view these birds throughout any time of year. So when we're taking Couple Trois on tour, that everyone can see what the birds are, where they are, and how they interact with the region. So this is a video that will show the environmental scenarios that we currently have within Couple Trois. So this one is the sea level rise. So we have parameters that are entered into the digital twin, and this is going to show sea level rise up to 20 meters. This has been very informative to show to different communities, so we can engage their reactions to the environment changing. And we also have the rapid wind erosion, which is kind of difficult to see. But if you can see it, it's the sand dunes are kind of shrinking down to the right-hand side. And this is going to show wind erosion for 20 years. And in the future, we want to combine the sea level rise and the wind erosion. And we also have wildfire damage that can be shown in the Couple Trois. And this shows how much grass has been destroyed within this experience. So it just really shows how much is happening with the area. And then there is human-environment interaction. So we've added in a marmgrass statistic counter, so it shows the user how much grass they are destroying by running on top of the marmgrass. Marmgrass is actually very delicate. The roots go down about 20 feet, I believe, and once you step on them, they start to die. So this shows how much damage is being done. And in the future, we're going to add in non-playable characters that the users can bring into the scene, so they can see how much damage is done onto the sand dunes. Say, if 10 people were walking on the dunes, or 50 people, or 100 people. And then for the planning and predictive systems, we're currently developing a system to help with planning, such as placing fencing or boardwalks. So this would be great for our county councils or the Environmental Protection Agency to see what could this look like before they actually implement it. And we also have climate change APIs implemented, and this is going to show different data that is going to show sea level rise, wind speeds, rain, everything like that up until 2050. So in conclusion, the coastal landscape digital twins actively shape how coastal environments are understood. And by making these technical and design choices more visible, Couple Trois supports a clear and more transparent and meaningful digital representation of our coastal landscapes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead and Robin. And I would like to ask both of Emily's to come for the questions. I think the audience will have a lot of them. Yeah, so we see the first hand.
Thank you, very interesting presentation, very interesting choice of digital twin for landscape. But I have a question about the data, what kind of data you feed it, and to what extent is the data biased? And does it actually make a difference in the results that you get from it? Because, for example, in mobility, there are a lot of contributing variables that affect the data tremendously. I'm not sure how it is in your case, but if it is biased, the results that you get, then what do you do with it?
We're trying to decide which one will take it. I'll take that one if you don't mind. Yeah, so data bias is obviously something we're very concerned about, or we're very aware of at the beginning. So where applicable, we use open source data sets. So they're all the government agencies and so on. But as Emily kind of alluded to, there is an inherent bias in that as well. So we've also tried to engage in gathering our own data sets. So for argument's sake, what you've seen there really is a snippet. We've had to count people moving through the sandhills and so on like that because it's under threat from erosion from humans. So in that case, we've positioned and gathered our own data using things like LiDAR survey as opposed to actually people counting and things like that as well. We're also then linking in live APIs to people counter, moving in and out of the space. So where possible, we're trying to mitigate against any bias in terms of the data. Sinead kind of alluded to it as well, where this is going, and this is maybe a possibility for us to speak with other partners and so on. We've essentially 6 to 8 months funding left on this project, and we're into the phase now where we call it wargaming with the stakeholders. So we're trying to do all these future scenarios and see, well, what can we do, and essentially trying to break the twin, see can we push the boundaries of all those data sets and see what will come back. So we're building large language models of all the data sets that we have through machine learning and so on like that. We're trying to predict what's going to happen, and then we're trying to demonstrate and mitigate against those future scenarios that's going to happen. So the scalability of this project we feel is huge, in that it'll work in any coastal kind of area that's under a similar threat across not just Ireland but across Europe and so on. But key to that is the veracity and the authenticity of the data from our point of view.
Other questions?
Climate conditions that you use in your model, because not only the sea will rise, but maybe we will have heavy rains or other kinds of extreme conditions.
Correct. So what we've done there, again, since I'm at the mic, I may as well jump in. We've done all the historic climate data. So the Meteorological Service of Ireland have all their historic data back to 1947 is the closest goes back. We fed that into a model, and actually we fed it into the model in such a way that the user can go in and pick a time, a date and a year, and the model will reflect as you're walking around the environment what the weather was like at that time. So then we took that information, we've put it into our large language model again. We also then have live feeds from our digital twin back to the API of the Met Éireann, which is the Irish Weather Board, giving us live climate data all the time. And then we're trying to now future predict, like looking into a crystal ball, what the possible weather conditions could be. So in the early stages, we tested sea level rise because it's quite topical, and it's always quite dramatic on the model when we're showing it to people or people get to use it. And wind is a big issue for us down there as well. But we also have to look at so many different aspects to it, rain being a key one. Particularly in Ireland at the moment, we're getting extremely high levels of intense rainfall given our location on the Atlantic coast.
And
thank you for your presentation. What are the limitations? A lot of the data that I assume you collected are different resolution, especially if it's with images. So that must have been a challenge to try and match all the information together. And so what are the limitations to actually make the digital twin work and the accuracy of it, and if it limits what you want?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Will I keep going? You can keep going. I'll keep going if that's okay. So yeah, in terms of, we spent the first 6 months literally, and again, that's why I kind of looked at Sinead there. Sinead kind of led this area of it, bringing in all those data sets and actually seeing what we could and couldn't use. What we've realized though is that as we've kind of, and used quite a strict methodology in terms of what we will select and so on like that, it's like it's an iterative process. The more data we put in, the greater the accuracy is coming and so on. Now, we'll never obviously get it accurate, particularly for the future prediction. We will never know for sure. But for the current scenarios and current, say, coastal conditions and tide times and so on like that, that data is great. Funnily enough, like we use things like Copernicus, we're part of Digital Earth, which is the digital twin. So there is certain schedules, policies, frameworks that we have to adhere to in managing our data. We would traditionally have come from the BIM world, which is building information modeling, and that's plagued for anybody who's in that area in terms of ISO standards and so on for managing and curating data. So we've tried to bring a lot of that rigor into the work we're doing now at the moment and applying that. We use the Gemini principles. Again, for anyone doing digital twins, they'd be familiar with that, but that's more holistic at this point. So we've used our experience in a far more regulated area, say building information modeling, using those type of conventions and applying it now to our digital twin. And just one last thing on the data, I suppose, and as the first part of your question, to us, that's why it's so important. We invested time and energy in building our own platform. Had we gone down like an Autodesk or a Bentley or a GIS or a specific vendor, we'd be locked in. We could only use certain file formats. We'd have to pay licenses. We'd have to look for extensions all the time and so on. By building a unique platform in many ways that we can replicate, it's given us that freedom to really bring in. You know, there's a whole social history to this we want to bring in as well, and we need that freedom.
It's unfortunate the data sets in majority are open access, and that's particularly for Ireland, probably Europe as well, so that might be a limitation if you went somewhere else, another country in the world, in terms of what you can source.
Thank you for both presentations, and I think it was really interesting. And if there are questions left, they will contact during the coffee break or later, because we need to be strict on time, and we would like to invite the second presenter.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so we come to the two lectures, two different kind of tsunamis, and the first one is Krishendu Sekarpol. He's a ionospheric scientist and postdoctoral researcher at Frederick University in Cyprus, and he holds a PhD in ionospheric physics from the University of Calcutta, and his expertise includes ionospheric research, GPS, and ionoson technology. So welcome, Krishendu Sekarpol.
Yeah, hi. My name is Krishnendu Shekhar-Paul. So actually my topic is little bit different from still now we have listened to it. So I am an ionospheric physicist. So the thing is, actually, I think everybody knows about ionosphere here. It's a particular layer of the atmosphere of the planet. So it's where we can find a lot of ionized plasma, and it normally presents from the 50 kilometer up to 1,000 kilometer of from the surface of the Earth. Now the density of the plasma varies, depends on the height and all, and mainly the plasma confined, I mean most of the plasma confined in between the 100 to 400 kilometer. Now, what we are going to do here is we are concerned about the natural disasters a lot, like earthquake, like tsunamis. We have seen it, and we try to predict it. Now, the thing happened is from the ground-based stations, we can have a lot of data. But if there is a tsunami in the sea surface, that tsunami can produce a particular wave, and it can transfer to the ionosphere, so that the turbulence of the ionosphere may happen. I mean, not may happen, it happens for these kind of natural calamities. So this is a particular schematic what I have seen here. I mean, I have shown here. Like nowadays, this is the era of satellites and open air communication. So we have a lot of signals in our hand. And all those signals and going through, I mean, penetrating the ionosphere, so that we can scan the ionosphere easily with those kind of EM signals. Now, with what we have seen, that during the tsunami events, a particular wave pattern we can observe in the ionosphere that is called, I mean, that is similar to traveling ionospheric disturbance. That does not mean this traveling ionospheric disturbance is the tsunami pattern. We can see these TIDs or traveling ionospheric disturbance for a lot of cases in the ionosphere when there is a particular wave pattern generated by the Earth. It is called gravity wave. The presence of gravity wave has been presented in the ionosphere in the terms of TIDs. Now here we are trying to show what exactly happening in the tsunami period. So during the tsunami, there are two kind of wave developed. One is the atmospheric gravity wave. I mean, atmospheric gravity wave always develops, but during these kind of natural disaster times, these gravity wave are much more accelerated, enhanced, that directly affect the ionosphere. And also there are some kind of acoustic wave that creates those earthquakes and those tsunamis. Those are also going vertically through the surface of the Earth, and some part of that wave will transmit to the ionosphere and causes those ionospheric disturbance. Now, particular for the tsunami, what we are seeing, for the tsunami event, what the signature we are seeing in the ionosphere, that is called CTIDs, or co-seismic traveling ionospheric disturbance. And luckily, this particular ionospheric disturbance have a particular pattern or N-shaped pattern. From that pattern, we can say that this disturbance is generated by tsunami effect. Now, what we have done here. So this is also another system actually we used apart from GNSS to study the ionosphere. Like this is a kind of a radar. This is called digisonde. And digisonde will give us the direct ionization density of that particular location throughout the vertical direction. So from that ionization density, I mean from the turbulence of the ionization density, we can present that there is something happened during this atmospheric gravity wave condition. Now what we have going through here, for this present work, we have considered 4 tsunami events. The first one is the Sumatra 2004. That was the most catastrophic tsunami event in the, over the Earth. The Tohoku ionosphere, the tsunami event, is the most, the first one, the biggest tsunami recorded by all modern digital satellites and all. I mean, we have a lot of data about the Tohoku 2011, and that is the first tsunami covered by the satellites. Now, the Samos 2020 is the last tsunami events that we have seen over the Europe or the Greek, and this Kamchatka 2025 is the latest tsunami event. So for that, we have used the GPS signals. I mean, the signals we're getting from GPS. So we have analyzed the signals, and from that signal, we can able to calculate the ionization density variation over the ionosphere. That particularly thing is called total electron content, or TEC. TEC means the total ionization density in the 2D form over the ionosphere. Now, apart from that, we use the digisonde data to get those kind of signatures. Those signatures directly show us there are some kind of turbulence developed during those periods. And apart from those non-ionospheric observation, we use the water level data to track the tsunami over the ground surface. Now, this is the 26th December 2024, 2004 Sumatra tsunami event. Now, this tsunami happened because of a huge earthquake around the Sumatra. It was 9.1 in the Richter scale. And we can see in this figure, this is the epicenter of the earthquake, and from there the tsunami is happened like this way. So this is the ground base observation, and corresponding to the ground-based observation, we have the satellite data over there, and after 20 minutes, we can see these are the ionospheric image over the ionosphere tracked by the satellite. So from the tsunami, for the tsunami, we can also check the ionospheric event, and if we are not able to check the ground-based data here, but we can check the ionosphere and try to find out what is happening there, we can able to detect the tsunami from the ionosphere itself as well. So here are the details of those TID velocity and everything we have detected from that particular tsunami. Now, the next tsunami is the most important tsunami, that is Tohoku tsunami happened over the Japan, and it has a high Richter scale here, and these are the corresponding ionospheric plots, like I'm going to show you in the next slide what happened. Now what happened is from the epicenter, the gravity wave, what we are talking about here, the gravity wave emits from the epicenter, and it's directly affect the ionosphere and try to form those CTIDs and corresponding to the tsunami things. Now the problem is the Rayleigh waves represents the what is called that Rayleigh wave represents the earthquake signatures, and the acoustic wave represents the tsunami signatures. Now the problem with CTIDs are CTIDs have very less speed compared to these two waves, but the advantage of CTID is since this is we are seeing it over the ionospheric height, so normally we can expect that we can get some kind of CTID signature in the far field of the tsunami, far field of the place compared to its near tsunami events. Now we have to consider what is far field and what is the near field option. Now the places within the 100-kilometer radius of this epicenter of the earthquake is considered at the nearest near field places, and those places far like more than 5,000 or 5,000 kilometer or more, those places are considered as a far field places for all these scenarios. Now what we can see here, this is the Japanese network during the Tohoku tsunami. Now you can see what happened here. Like we can observe that tsunami is going on, and corresponding to the tsunami, the TC data is also being showing the same kind of epicentric pattern, and of which if we can able to record this data, we can also record the tsunami event itself. Now this is the latest tsunami we have observed in the Samos Island over the Greece. This tsunami is not that much of a big tsunami, but this is the latest one over Europe, and since Europe has not that much affected by the tsunami before, like tsunami, if you can check, the tsunami is most of the time observed in the oceans instead of the sea that much. So we just have shown the CTIDs here of the thing, and this is the last one, the last earthquake of 2025 that we have observed over the Russian peninsula. The name of the place was Kamchatka, and here this earthquake was around 8.8, and corresponding we have seen the earthquake signatures over the ionosphere here as well, and followed by the earthquake, we have also recorded a huge tsunami that affect mainly the Alaska, Canada, and the US periphery. Mainly, we can say it affects the Hawaii region. So this also been recorded by the ionospheric data as well. Now what we have shown here, these are the GNSS data of those those plasma variation observed during the tsunami period. And here, from here, we can see a N type of pattern, this one. So this kind of signatures represents the presence of tsunami in the ionospheric event. Now what was, so these are the actually tsunami observed during the DigiSound signatures and all. So what we have observed from here, that when we going for the far field prediction, we can give that these CTIDs or ATIDs comes much more like 90 to 15 minutes before, or there is a lead, but in the near field options, there is no lead. So what we can say from this study, that at least for the far field areas, like those areas more than 5,000 kilometers and all, those over those areas, we can predict the tsunami effect or the earthquake effect before those seismic wave will hit those places, or the tsunami wave will hit those places still now. Now for the near, the near field areas, still now those signals way more lead to our observation. So this is our conclusion from that study. And thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Now ask a question.
Sorry. If you
No. Please go ahead. I would like to ask, before the earthquake, did you check if you have ionospheric effects? Just before the earthquake?
Before the earthquake, madam, actually there are a lot of controversy about this thing, because before the earthquake there are several models that can predict the earthquake. They are telling that they can predict it, but actually for all the earthquake it is not impossible, because when the earthquake is happening, that particular signal is then penetrating towards the ionosphere, and then it affects the ionosphere. So just the occurrence of the earthquake, it is still now not possible to tell that earthquake is coming on like that.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for a very nice presentation.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have a question, maybe at the 3 or 4 slide. You showed us a time history with very large units, 6 times 10 at the power of 5 or something. I'm just wondering what was that? I didn't catch. Yeah.
So, can you please repeat the question? I don't get it. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah. What's the meaning of that huge amplitude units, 5 at 10 at power of 6 or something? It's
this one?
It's energy or so?
Yeah, this is the seismic wave fluctuation, actually.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? Okay. Okay, try.
Mm-hmm. Sorry?
When the wave
Mm-hmm.
hits the island,
Yeah.
the coastal area,
Yeah.
you have inundation or reflection back?
It is not a reflection back, actually. What we are going to see here, that it is just moving forward. Like the wave reaches to the ionosphere, it affected the ionosphere. The ionosphere, the wave then moves horizontally through the ionosphere. Now what we are going here, we use different kind of instrument to track those waves. For ionosondes, yes, ionosonde will work on the reflection back, and for like the radars and all, those reflection and scattering. And for those GNSS signal, those are diffraction, like the signal is coming from the GNSS to our receiver, so it has been diffracted by that wave pattern and come to the receiver. So we just measure that diffraction.
Are you satisfied with the answer? Any more questions? If no, thank you once again, and maybe question later.
Now I would like to invite Laura Nestitskitze, who is a researcher at the Marine Research Institute of Klaipėda University. Her research focuses on extreme long waves and mezzo-tsunamis in the Baltic Sea, combining observations, radar reflectivity, and high-resolution modeling. She has extensive experience in operational marine forecasting and safety management, and recently completed an internship at NOAA in Seattle, where she worked on mezzo-tsunami forecasts. So the floor is yours.
Thank you for excellent introduction. And today I would like to introduce meta-tsunamis to you. I guess it's not like very familiar term. We already know what is tsunami, and today we're gonna talk about meta-tsunamis. But first of all, I also wanna shortly say why we started this research, why we did this meta-tsunami-driven salinity intrusions. Like oceanographers, it was the easiest way to understand from which water body meta-tsunami comes. Is it generated in freshwater body, Curonian Lagoon, or in Baltic Sea? So we decided that through salinity measurements, we can check where the wave is generated and from where it propagates. But, so as I promised to you, let's move to meta-tsunami introduction. So we just heard a very nice talk about tsunamis, and what is meta-tsunami? So meta-tsunami, it's like a cousin for tsunamis, but so the period is the same. Also, it's a wave generated by impulse. So tsunami is generated by impulse from the bottoms, from the seismic impulse. And meta-tsunami is generated by impulse from the top, from atmosphere. So what is the impulse? The impulse is atmospheric pressure jump. And this jump could happen in, like we can see here, during thunderstorms, during squall lines, or just frontal passages. And the funniest part, the most interesting part happens, okay, we have this impulse, we have kind of small wave, just few centimeters wave in the open sea, and then when this atmospheric perturbation, atmospheric disturbance moves in the same period, like shallow water wave, shallow water speed here, and the energy transfer is very efficient. Then we have amplification, Proudman amplification. And when this wave, this long wave, meta-tsunami wave, comes to the shore, we have amplification because shallow shoreline, shallow shelf, and what is most important for me, we could have harbor amplification as well. Just imagine a very long wave is squeezed in a narrow harbor, and when we squeeze something, like yes, the shape changed, so it's not so long anymore, but it's squeezed in amplitude, so we have very high water level amplitude. So as now you know what is meta-tsunami, so we can go a little bit closer to Klaipėda Strait and what we did here. So here on the right side you can see Baltic Sea, so salinity water body. On the left side, you can see Corongan Lagoon. It's a freshwater body, obvious. And why it's important to talk about meta-tsunamis, long waves. Yes, for harbor, I guess you can agree with me, for harbor authorities, they are interested what's happening during the storms, why the mooring lines, mooring ropes are cut down, what's happening. But, and of course, harbor authorities are willing to dredge the harbor, make the harbor more suitable for ships, for trading, and like what they did, they protected the harbor from wind waves, from short waves. All good, perfect. But with that bottleneck, they kind of opened the gate for long wave entrance. Also, what they did, they not only created immediately amplification mechanisms here, but also they dredged the harbor, did this in 2022, 2023. And what we notice after this dredging, we have more long waves in the harbor. So nice, they did shelter from short waves, all good, but the geometry of harbor and the dredging, now let's, or in whites we can say even, long waves in the harbor. And okay, long wave comes in the harbor, all good, but what's next? It doesn't stick in the harbor. We don't have like this agreement with long waves. Of course, it propagates through the gate, through the strait, and it propagates inside the lagoon. It means that like a tsunami wave, it affects all the column of water body, of water, and meta-tsunami also affects all the column. So it means that we have huge intrusions of salinity water inside the lagoon. So for me, as a oceanographer, maybe it's not so important, but we tested this, and I think I just want to invite some biologists. Maybe we can do something together, collaborate, because now we know this mechanism, but also, I will show you in the results, it brings a lot of salinity water inside the lagoon, in the fresh lagoon, and I guess it could affect the environment. But let's move to our study scheme, what we did. So for meta-tsunamis, first of all, it's very important atmospheric pressure impulse. In Lithuania, sadly, when we started this research, we didn't have very good resolution, time resolution atmospheric pressure data. So what you can see here, it's a pressure jump 1.5 hectopascal per 3 hours. It's not enough. It's really not enough. We should have at least 10 minutes time resolution data. Okay, but let's say for the beginning, it was pretty okay. Then when we filter out the events, possible events, when we can have meta-tsunamis, then what we did, we counted our harbor natural oscillation periods. What does it mean? So on these periods, we have harbor amplification, we have harbor resonance. So it means that if the wave has the same period, it's amplified and it creates much bigger oscillations in the harbor. And now you know, we tested the wave and we tested saline intrusions to understand from which direction, from which water body the wave comes. And for that we used 2 PSU threshold. And also just shortly I would like to say what kind of data we used. Basically we used observation data only, but for salinity intrusions, we don't cover all Corongan Lagoon. So what we did in Klaipėda and Juodkrantė, we used Environmental Protection Agency data, and for Nida and Vente, we used data from operational model OPERLID. And our results. So what you can see here, it's 2 years period, 2023, 2024. And here you can see saline intrusions in Juodkrantė in black color and in Vente and Nida. These yellowish dates up there marks the biggest inflows coincident with meta-tsunami events. So we can see it's kind of a lot, but we didn't expect this result. And why I said that we would like to get some collaboration with biologists, because after this dredgement, this deepening of the harbor, we noticed that yes, we have more long wave events in the harbor. And when we did this research, we noticed that, okay, in the harbor, the increase is only 5%. Salinity, average salinity increased only 5%. But inside the lagoon, these numbers are huge. And I am just curious how that could affect environment. But I am not ecologist or a biologist, so just this slide is for invitation for collaboration. But let's move back to method tsunamis. So we counted 44 salinity intrusions per these 2 years, and 17 of them coincided with method tsunami conditions. So we could say it's almost 40% of these intrusions were inducted by method tsunamis. And now I just would like to show some case studies. Here we can see wind direction and wind speed in colors and atmospheric pressure. And here I would like to emphasize this period. Here we had very sharp atmospheric pressure drop, and it was more than 25 hectopascals spent per 12 hours. And of course, what we got, it was inverse barotropic effect. Yes, atmospheric pressure drops, and of course we get a high water level, and with that we can say after 2 days, 2.5 days, we got the highest peak of salinity intrusion in Juodkrante. So it means that method tsunami brought a lot of saline water inside the lagoon. And sorry, I didn't say, but also what is important for Lithuanians, I would like to emphasize this part. So usually what we notice during this method tsunami events and salinity intrusion events, first of all, in the beginning of event, we have northeast wind, and then we have a shift from northeast to northwest. It's, I guess, we are just guessing for now, but it's due to our harbor entrance configuration and the direction which our gates face. And one more event, also in November, and again, we have, first of all, northeast wind, then it's switching to northwest, very sharp drop of atmospheric pressure, and again, after 2 days of this weather conditions, we have the highest peak of salinity in Kronen Lagoon in Juodkrante. And for conclusions, now we are working for prediction model, but these few steps could be applied in every harbor that has the same problems. So what we have, what we should have, or what we need for better understanding of method tsunamis, and at least for first attempt to model them or forecast them, we need very high resolution of atmospheric pressure. We need to know our harbor's natural oscillation periods to understand harbor resonance. And with this data, we can start to begin our modeling of hydrodynamic modeling for long wave in the harbor, or every harbor. We are working on this, so I hope after 1 year I will be able to represent model and first results of the model. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for your presentation and also for invitation for collaboration. I think you will find some contacts, but meanwhile, we have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Do we have an, okay.
Thank you for a question, very good question. Sadly, I'm not in sediment transport. So again, if you are in that, we can talk and create something and check it together. Thank you for your question. Very good question. So basically, the Klaipėda Strait is a Klaipėda harbor. And what we have there, what you saw these buildings, it's a harbor infrastructure. And for harbor, yes, it has a huge influence. They are complaining now that, mooring ropes are not strong enough, or they are not ready sometimes, or forecasters give not right forecast. But yeah, it affects harbor and harbor authorities a lot. We are trying to make a product, a tool for them for better prediction, for better understanding. And that tool gonna include inundation as well. And with the climate change, with sea level rise, it will affect the city as well, because up to the south, we have a river as well, which enters the Kronen Lagoon. And due to that river, also during storm surges, we have a sea level rise as well as a background. And we have sometimes floodings, like Klaipėda Old Town sometimes are flooded by the water. So I think it's gonna happen more and more, sadly.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now it's the final short talk. Mihail Jankovici, an associate professor in the Department of Structural Mechanics at the Technical University of Civil Engineering in Bucharest, and his research focuses on seismic and wind action analysis, structural vulnerability risk assessment with research in the United States and Japan. Please welcome Mihail.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, thank you for coming to this last session. We all know that we have a common understanding that resilience is a beautiful concept. It's a very generous concept, very demanding concept that started more than 10 years ago to be filled in with guidelines, with pre-standards, with numerical evaluations. So we are now in a quite good position to talk about very practical results of this very beautiful concept of risk-targeted resilience, targeted evaluation at the city scale level, at a very particular unit level, building level. Any infrastructure unit can be targeted in this way. So I'm trying to skip the unnecessary technical details, which are quite a lot. So this is an ongoing project that tries to unify both hazards, which are mostly common in the civil engineering industry, wind and seismic, in a single unified framework that will finally deliver let's say, more than civil engineering key performance parameters, bringing the discussion up to a very detailed level that deals with beam integration, damage, costs, generation downtime, functional recovery, and all these things that are very common in the resilience-based engineering. So we all know that we have at least two phases that currently deals with level 1, which is the current design, which uses codes very well and very clear standardized procedures. But if we want to move to the performance-based structural engineering plus, which consists of very much significant evolution from the level 1, we are strongly dependent on scenarios and on the probabilistic hazard analysis of both wind and seismic events. So in this talk, I'm just trying to show you some very practical results of connecting these pieces, these components from climatological data, from earthquake data, from hazard data, from structural analysis data up to the very end part of resilience evaluation. There are some very important publications that were set up the need of use of the nonlinear time domain, full nonlinear time domain, to bring the input data up to the final goal. So obviously here a key point, a keyword is the damage. So damage evaluation is not requested explicitly in the current practice. So that's why we need to control everything around the damage. So you can see here some very important publication. This last publication comes to just to unify both practices from seismic and wind. So this is the pre-standard for performance wind design issued by the American Society of Civil Engineering. So we are all maybe familiar with these stages, from functional recovery analysis to BIM integration, which is a very demanding domain field now, and of course the circular economy concept in a global management framework. From the point of view of wind, there are some recent wind damage and the failure examples. The first example is an LG factory in Vietnam, collapsing in September 2024. So this is another evidence that we need nonlinear time domain analysis to be incorporated also for long duration inputs like wind. And the second example is the Capital One building in United States. It's a flexible building that was finally demolished in 2024 because of severe damage in the claddings, in the envelope. So that was judged at that time to be very severely damaged in terms of cost of repair. Okay. So from the point of view of advanced performance-based wind engineering, PB Plus, we are having the chance to use simulated data for a very long period of time, 34 years. This is a case of a site in suburban terrain conditions in Bucharest. We can get quite easily from very big data sets wind hazard curves for various elevation, 10 meters, 50 meters, up to 200 meters. We have the chance to use now quite easily databases from wind tunnel testing. Okay, so we can connect quite easily the climatological database and the probabilistic wind hazard analysis with aerodynamic database, and to advanced into the fast nonlinear dynamic analysis engine. So this is an example of a 16-story building. It's a very flexible building. We can get the wind tunnel loads into this fully automated engine, and to have a damage representation from a very detailed section level, okay, up to the member, and then story, and to the structural level at the end. So into the performance plus representation, this is a story damage index. This is a Park and Ang representation of the mechanistic damage. So if we just move into the structural level here, you can also couple the data from the wind directionality effect, which is very much important. Okay, so we have here a wind speed statistic in terms of directionality, blowing directionality, a wind hazard disaggregation data set, the sectional damage for the beam integration. This is very much important to quantify where the damage yields more. Okay, and finally, an aggregated damage index at the structural level yields the pair of mean wind speed at the top of the building and the wind directionality, which will generate the largest damage index for the structure. From the point of view of probabilistic wind-induced losses, we use the Hazus methodology, which is quite open for both seismic and wind data. Story fragilities for the immediate occupancy. Obviously, for wind design, claddings are the most important issues. Okay, so we have here the fragility curves for each story, the expected damage ranks for the story and for the structure, and the expected repair cost, which comes quite straightforward. So it's a very clear quantification by simulation of the results. If we move into the performance-based earthquake engineering plus, we need earthquake scenarios. So we use here various targets, from the uniform hazard spectra to conditional mean spectra to frequency domain scaling, and this is a quite new generation of topics we just implemented to generate the targets and then to simulate this kind of input ground acceleration, which are consistent with a certain hazard level. So very encouraging technique. If we compare the frequency domain and the pin, the parameters matching are very, very good. So if you just move into a city scale level, we generated 1,000 virtual buildings in Bucharest, grouped by the code generation and the height. Obviously, seismic fragility, it's a very important link, okay, from the hazard and from the structural perspective. This is a distribution at the city scale level of the damage index mean value and the loss mean value when you are just looking at the high code, moderate code, low code buildings, low rise, mid rise, and high rise buildings. We can also control the scenario which will bring the largest contribution per each building typology, okay, at the mean monetary unit loss per record. Okay, so we have a clear indication of which hazard controls what. Okay, and this is the last, let's say, unit level exemplification. This is a very common building in building typology in Romania, Bucharest. Okay, it's it's a 6-story regular frame, moderate code mid-rise building. We just implemented this fast nonlinear dynamic analysis by using IDA, incremental dynamic analysis, and we have here the distribution at each story of the damage index, median, inter-story drift ratio, and the corresponding damage index. So it's a very clear quantification of what this building produces in terms of inter-story drift ratio and damage index when these two stories are just linked. From the point of view of the functional recovery, also we can deliver now this kind of representation of expected loss and damage rank at each story level. This is the first story, okay, story 2 and story 6. This is the top story, and also the probability of reaching that functionality. Okay, obviously, this is the immediate occupancy and the repairable level. At the structural level, we have this kind of aggregation, okay, from the story to story functional recovery and the structural damage, loss, and functional recovery loss. From the point of view of alliance, we have this initiative to propose in 2020 first. This kind of research project with 3 partners from La Rochelle, Calapeda, and Valencia. We unfortunately superbly failed at that time because of this kind of heterogeneity in the university research areas, but it's not a time lost to bring together all the partners in this very generous concept and this very generous, let's say, initiative to quantify the resilience at a scale level for various natural hazards. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Questions? 1 or maybe 2 short questions?
No?
No? This building looks very like real, this simulation of this building. You are producing by computer, so this inside of this building you present here, like the damage in Bucharest. This model building.
Sorry?
This model building previously you presented looks like very real, like damages of...
Yes, this is a very clear typology. You mean the last one?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a very clear typology of building in Bucharest, and this was subjected to various simulated input ground motion, and these are the results that we obtained.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all presenters of short talks, and now we will proceed with the last keynote speech of today's session. I will present Professor Mikhail Trentafilo, who is the Henry L. and Grace Doherty Professor in Ocean Science and Engineering in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and he is also the director of the Mid-Sea Grant Program, and he has huge experience in teaching and also published more than 370 articles so far. So welcome. Please, the stage is yours.
Thanks for your introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for inviting me. So, I'm in the faculty at MIT, but I'm also running the Sea Grant program, which is a federally funded program in each state to preserve the coastline, so healthy coastal ecosystems, community resilience, fisheries and aquaculture, and also engineering for supporting these functions is a major target. We have multiple projects every year to fund, and also we're conducting research ourselves. So one of the important topics these days is that with intensifying storms, coasts are subject to considerable erosion by storms, wave storms. And as more and more people want to live on the beach, more and more houses are subject to such erosion that they may be destroyed. Some of them cannot be insured for that same reason. So it is time to think of innovative ways to protect these coasts, because just replenishing the sand in coasts is expensive, and within a year, after spending $10 or $20 million to replenish the sand in those beaches, the sand disappears again. So it's a continuous effort and gets worse and worse. So we know all that in the tropics we have natural reefs which are capable of protecting from storms very effectively. They eliminate the waves, and therefore, in a natural way, protect the coast. The problem is these natural reefs don't occur in cold climates, not as much anyway, and even where they are, they get destroyed from phenomena like ocean acidification, and we may need to think of novel ways. So the inspiration is, how can we dissipate the wave energy? The advantage of the natural reefs is that they can cover a significant part of the bottom. As we can see, they can cover 10 or 15 kilometers out from the coast. And although they have a very low frictional coefficient, which causes the waves to dissipate and break eventually, they cannot be replicated by artificial reefs, because we cannot cover the entire bottom of the ocean with rubble and other artificial structures. They're very expensive and also very destructive to the environment and life. So, completely accidentally, we were doing some studies, hydrodynamic studies, which is my home field, control theory and hydrodynamics. We're doing some control tests for the offshore structure, and for offshore structures, and we found that certain arrangements have an unusually large drag coefficient. Drag coefficient means that the structure that is subject to waves or incoming motion can dissipate effectively unusual part of the energy. So you can see here what is the concept now. The question is, can we have a structure which is permeable, so we don't have walls and isolate the beach, and allows therefore the natural tides to go back and forth, and at the same time destroy the wave action? You would need one or two walls of these structures with very unusual drag coefficients, and that's where the concept comes out. So I will explain to you what it is. So you can see in natural reefs as well that they have this structure with multiple peaks arranged in clusters, which is somewhat perplexing why they do that. Okay. It turns out they enhance turbulence production, and that's what we managed to achieve, albeit from a completely different angle. So what you see on your right, this yellow structure, which is one of the models that we're using, it has 5 cylinders, 1 middle one, and 4 peripheral ones. And this turns out that it could be a very cost-effective coastal protection structure because of attenuating waves without reflection, and also allowing marine life easy to survive around them. So we got funding actually from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Why the Defense Agency would fund such a project is they want to protect the coastal bases they have. So that's how we got started, because it was one of those revolutionary ideas with high risk. And then we showed that with less than 10% of the material that you need with classical artificial reefs, this, what we call architected reefs, reduce the energy at low costs. And at the same time, they can be porous, so life can settle and live there, much like in the case of the natural reefs. So what we did is use the latest tools. When you do experimentation in the past, you had to construct models at considerable expense and time. But now with 3D printing, we can produce several such models. And instead of doing systematic tests, we do tests driven by AI algorithms. In this particular case, Gaussian process regression, where an algorithm decides where you're going to do the next test. So instead of doing what we calculated, we'll need over 10,000 experiments, which was clearly impossible. We did only a couple of hundred of them, and we constructed about 20 or 40 different structures to test it. So we proceeded in generations, and it's impressive to see artificial intelligence identifying mechanisms which we cannot identify in any other way. And then we interpret them. This would be an admission of defeat in the past, that somehow you just interpret the results, that some black box is doing them. But that's the situation today. So what is happening exactly? These structures generate intense vortices. So as the waves go past them, they create these colorful images. And what happens is one of the most famous phenomena in fluid mechanics is the Kármán street. When you have a bluff body, generates alternating Kármán vortices. At any Reynolds number, they're observed in islands, in clouds behind islands, in every kind of artificial structure or natural structure. But what happens when you put two such structures next to them? Then these vortices interact with each other. So they generate these intense jets, which turn the wave energy into turbulence and fast dissipation. You can see here, this is a simulation. We have a PIV, particle image velocimetry, but it's much easier to see. You can see the vortices shedding from these pairs of adjacent structures, pairing up and creating the jets. So two vortices of the opposite sign, through the induced velocities they do, they spread around this large energy dissipation effort. What are the dimensions of such a structure? They have to have a dimension equivalent to the amplitude of the waves. Of course, the waves are random, so you choose some representative amplitude. The significant wave height is one way to deduce a statistical quantity that is equivalent. And at the same time, you have to have enough water. So we're talking about structures that, especially in the east coast of the United States, where we are working now with towns to trying to convince them, and they're very eager to do that, to try them on a trial basis. So these structures have to have a water depth of at least 5 meters of water on average, and the structures have about 8 meters in height, so they can stick out enough to take care of these amplitudes. And then they have to be placed one next to the other, so you can get an idea. They're about 8 meters apart from the edge to edge. There is 1 or 2 rows of them, and we are still studying the effect of the cross distance. At the same time, these large eddies are not affected by the detail of the structure. So the structure can be porous, like it's shown here. So we tried porous materials. By porosity, I mean a structure that is permeable, but still obstructs the flow enough. And that is conducive to life. So when we did such tests, this will be made from various materials that we have studied, cement, most notably. So you can envision this as being structures which are full of life, the way a natural reef would be. So then after we optimized it with AI, the structures, we went to the towing tank. So we have a long towing tank, not very long, it's only 40 meters long, but good enough. So we put two structures of this, and even from the first structure, which you can see here, before you got completely optimized, you can tell the difference. The oncoming large waves from the left, and then you see the kind of waves that are transmitted down. It is extremely effective. So what kind of drag coefficient we're talking about? In engineering, we like to put this in non-dimensional form. So a bottom structure, such as an artificial reef, has a drag coefficient based on the projected area of about 0.1, 0.5 if it's very, very rough, but 1.1. A straight cylinder, a bluff body, has a drag coefficient of about 1. Here we're talking drag coefficients between 20 and 40. So it's an amplification which is what gives you the advantage in terms of construction cost and in terms of how much area you're taking. So right now we're in the middle of doing tests in the tank and also in the middle of negotiating with the town of Salisbury. It's a town about 40 miles north of Boston. And when I went and talked to the people of the town, they got intrigued, so they came and listened. So at the end, they asked me, how much will it cost? I said, well, your cost is about 2 miles long. And it will cost something between $6 and $10 million per mile, thinking that that would be the end of the conversation. Oh, they said, that's no problem. Our houses here cost a few $1 billion, and you're talking 6 or 12 million. There's no problem whatsoever. Just convince us that this can be done, which we have. So you can see now the structures, and on the right you can see the graph that shows the first generation, which are the red dots, which gave a drag coefficient of around 20, and then the blue dots, second generation, which gave a drag coefficient of 30 or even more. So where are we now? Well, this is the coast in front of Salisbury, and this is the topographic map. So red is the water that's deeper than 5 meters, so you can tell the line. It will be about 500 to 600 meters from the coast, so it will not be very close to the coast for obvious reasons. We have storm statistics, so we can think of the size and the position of those structures based on the statistics. So they have significant wave heights from 6 to 8 meters in those strong North Atlantic storms, which are the ones that are devastating to the houses. So going back to the graph, in the beginning, this is the picture. Porous structure does not occupy much of the bottom. We tested it for chemical and biological effect, and it's benign if you use the proper cement. Allows life to be installed, and then you don't exterminate the waves completely, but you reduce them significantly. More importantly, if you manage to kill the waves before they break, then you don't have the radiation stresses which cause the run-up. The radiation stress is a force that pushes the water up, and that causes the flooding. This drag force that I'm talking about kills this radiation stress, so there is no run-up, so you have a double effect. In terms of how it will be viewed, because that's another thing, that those who own the $1 billion overall structures don't like to see in the horizon obstructions. So we're working with them to convince them that this will not be as bad for them, because it will allow them to have all the entertainment that they enjoy, swimming and boats and the like. And of course, we're working with the Army Corps of Engineers, we're working with the Coast Guard, because this is a hazard for navigation. But the major obstacle, which is the reaction from the inhabitants of the place, is not there. So sediment support transport is not obstructed or affected significantly, because those structures are permeable, and the tides that cause most of this transport are very, very slow compared to the waves, so they don't get affected much. As I said, the cost will be from 6 million for elaborate structures, the ones that are really desirable, to 10 million if you want to account for uncertainties and the like, and we're trying to bring it back. This is, for comparisons, right now, in California, they install rubble on the bottom, basically, which takes a large area of the bottom, costs between 25 and 30 million per half mile, and they don't look good, so to speak. So this is a very quick rundown of the, the concept. We don't need to elaborate. You can see visually what it is about. And we're welcoming anyone who wants to partner with us, who wants to visit. And especially we would like to see it. We have already California, and California is difficult, but Florida is very much interested in this, because they have also shallow water. So it will be easier to do. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Mikhail Trentafilou, for your presentation. Now we hope we have questions from the audience. Yeah, see a few hands.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure I understood correctly. You mentioned that the reef extrudes. Is it only through the low tide or the high tide? Like when it's high tide, it doesn't show, and it's when the low tide it shows. It's visible. And what about? And you mentioned about the spacing. Is it possible to have gaps and have the system work while allowing marine wildlife? I don't know if there's sea turtles or maybe seals that might prevent their migration towards the shore or offshore.
The first part of your question, the reefs extrude even at high tide, so they're visible at all times, and it makes sense because it can be a hazard if it's not visible, if it's submerged. But having openings, we're studying this because, yeah, it's an interesting concept. First of all, you have to allow boats to go in and out from place to place, but we haven't gone down to that part. These are questions that we have to answer. As you can see, it allows already 8 meters, so some life can easily go through between those modules. Of course, when there's a big storm, they generate very intense turbulence, so fish wouldn't go in such a rough part of the ocean. But if we manage to have openings which are 16 or 20 meters wide from every 5 or 6 such modules, that could be a solution.
One more question. I mean, how difficult is to be installed, this one? And I mean, I think that it's not just only to buy, but actually the installation costs money. And the other one that I would like to ask you is, I see all these vortices over there that I cannot imagine how they don't affect the marine life. I'm expecting something to be changed close to them.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about a porous structure, so the life can go and hide inside that. In a storm, fish cannot survive these intense jets. They're so strong. But the same happens in a natural reef. If it's subject to waves, the motion of the waves is so intense, are not going to stay there, they will go and hide down. So you're right. They're not going to be inside those eddies. These fish, they will be destroyed. They have to hide.
I just wanted to ask, you know, your modeling shows 2 lines of reef structures. What, you know, is there any added benefit, or have you modeled it, you know, using, you know, more than 2, or did you kind of realize that 2 gave enough protection that you didn't even seek to increase the number of
Yeah,
lines?
the cost goes up with the number of rows. Ideally, we would like to have 1. And eventually we may be able to. That would be ideal.
Do we have any more questions? Oh.
What kind of material will be these structures made?
Cement. Cement.
Okay. So we expect to have, let's say, how many years of life in the sea?
Well, there are special cements. That's why the cost is high. And then you have to construct it and install it. And installation will not be trivial. But that's why we're talking to the Army Corps of Engineers. We're talking about having them shaken so it liquefies the bottom and they penetrate it into the bottom. That's one construction. The other is to drive piles through them. But we haven't gone down the path of seeing which one is more feasible to do. Usually you construct them for about 40 years of life.
Can you explain the licensing process? What you need to do?
That's a big problem, because you have to deal with state and federal agencies. Anything that goes into the water has to pass through certification processes. There is NEMA forms that you have to fill galore. So it takes a long time. So installing any structure, you have to show that it's not damaging the environment, that it can be retrieved if it fails to do what as is promised. So you don't permanently destroy the ocean floor. So we are dealing with the state agencies, we are dealing with the Environmental Protection Agency, the federal agency. The Army Corps of Engineers has to certify that this is a reasonable way to go, and then the Coast Guard has to approve it for navigation hazards. So you can imagine, there's a lot of bureaucracy. What makes the difference is that the town is for the project. And that is conveyed to the senators and the representatives who push for it. That's the hope.
So thank you once again. And with your presentation and all these questions, we can end up with the third session of today. And in this session, we have explored how coastal systems are shaped by interconnected processes. But what we can state clearly, that resilience in coastal environments cannot be solved within a single domain. It requires aligning natural processes, technological systems, societal decisions into a shared framework for action. So I hope all the presentations blow up your minds and you see possible collaborations, and may it influence future research. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you. Technical information.